Welcome to Notre Dame Day 2026. We are so glad you're spending it with us. I'm Leanne Tokars, class of 2003.
And I'm Bob Montgomery with the CBS affiliate here in South Bend. And whether you're watching from campus or all across the country, somewhere around the world maybe, thank you for being part of this special day for Notre Dame.
Notre Dame Day brings the Notre Dame family together, alumni, parents, students, faculty, staff, and friends, to celebrate the people, programs, and mission that make this university such a force for good.
Each hour gives us a new look at the talent, the faith, the spirit that define this place, and our 6 has plenty to look forward to.
We'll hear from an alumnus whose music has reached listeners around the globe, earning more than 5 billion streams worldwide. A remarkable example of Notre Dame creativity making an impact far beyond campus.
We will also talk with Father Nate Wills, yes, chaplain for the Notre Dame football team, about faith, mentorship, and the important role he plays in the lives of student athletes.
And we have 2 exciting performances ahead as the Notre Dame Pom Squad and Opera ND bring energy, artistry, and unmistakable Irish spirit to this hour.
We'll also keep you updated on the fundraising progress, of course, throughout this hour. And if something you see really inspires you, you can support it right here by clicking that green Make a Gift button, which is in the top right corner of this page.
Okay, every gift helps provide scholarships, strengthen programs, and create the kind of student experience that transforms lives.
There's a lot ahead in this hour, and your generosity, of course, makes all of this possible.
All right, let's get everything going by heading down to Connor Montijo for a fundraising update. How are things looking, Connor?
Thanks so much, Leanne. They are looking great down here. That green Make a Gift button that Bob mentioned right up there in the corner, and people have been doing that overnight here. The first update of the morning, 2 big milestones that we just crossed. 23,000 gifts and $2.8 million raised, and bang, just ticked up to 845 distinct causes have received a gift so far this Notre Dame Day. The hourly challenge this hour is for an undergraduate student group. They're going to get a $500 bonus for whichever student group is able to raise the most gifts in this hour. So let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. There'll be some familiar names on here if you've been with us before. So Ara Parsegian Medical Research Fund, Financial Aid, St. Edward's Hall, the Rockney Athletics Fund supporting our student athletes, and Duncan Hall are rounding out the top 5. Lots of choirs and residence halls and a few of our varsity athletics teams filling out a lot of the top 15 here. You know, it's great to see how many alumni and parents and friends get involved and get invested in our students and the impact that they can have here on campus in enriching their experiences. This has been a great opportunity to find something that you love. Find a cause that touched you when you've been on campus. Find something that has inspired you here at Notre Dame. Again, it's that green Make a Gift button. Join us as we continue to push the student experience forward and create a broader and larger impact, not only here at Notre Dame, but in the community around us and around the world. So that's it for me down here at the fundraising table. I'll see you guys again at the top of the next hour. We'll talk about some new milestones that we've crossed over. But for now, let's head back up to Leanne.
All right, thank you. And we're joined now by Notre Dame alum Tim O'Neill, one half of the O'Neill brothers, a piano duo that actually got their start right here at Notre Dame. What began with performances on campus has grown into an incredible career with more than 5 billion streams and over 10 million albums sold worldwide. Today, we're lucky to have Tim here with us. Tim, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. It's so great to be here.
So this all started with your brother, Ryan, here on campus with performances. And take us back. How did it all begin?
Well, it did. I think it's the Holy Spirit that put Ryan in Keenan Hall along with me. So my senior year was his freshman year. So anybody that's on campus knows about the Keenan Review. There's not a lot of talent, but lots of humor. And so we played some songs on 2 pianos, and that's pretty much where the O'Neill brothers were born.
Well, so what turned into campus performances has really grown into a global career. Billions of streams. It's incredible. Looking back, did you ever imagine it would grow to something like this?
Well, no. And even going back to my sophomore year, I studied abroad in Innsbruck, Austria, which unfortunately Notre Dame doesn't have that foreign study program anymore. But before I left, our mom said, well, what am I going to listen to while you're gone? And so I went to the church and played some of Mom's favorite songs, and that was the first recording that I did. And so I think just tying into Mom's favorite songs and some Notre Dame favorites has just brought things beyond our wildest expectation of what we thought was possible.
A lot of your work is creating a sense of peace and reflection. What do you hope people feel when they hear your music?
Yeah, our music, for those that haven't heard it, Ryan and I play on 2 pianos, so it's just very peaceful, relaxing. We play some Catholic songs, but we used to play at a lot of weddings. And our sister Mary has a daycare. So one of our most popular albums, and now we've done lots of albums, is lullabies. So just putting people to sleep and letting go of the worries of the world. And so it's just really relaxing songs played on piano, and then some other instruments join us too.
Now, you've also partnered with the Hallow app, which has become a major platform for prayer and meditation. Tell us about that collaboration and your experience.
Yeah, I mean, what a Notre Dame success story, meeting a need in the world. When things are just stressful and the world is heavy, and Alex and the two others that founded the app, he had emailed me about 5 years ago when they were just thinking about getting music started, and we said we'd love to be part of it. And so now actually in 2 weeks, we're launching a new album exclusively on Hallow of songs of peace and songs just that bring you hope, just good for prayer. And so the partnership with Hallow has really been amazing.
Yeah, it's just grown immensely.
Yes.
It's incredible. So your work also has expanded to giving back and supporting others. How does that go along with your music and really your broader purpose?
Yeah, well, Ryan and I, my wife Annie and I, Annie's an 01 grad. She and I have 4 kids. So for about 10 years, Ryan and I took off from playing our concerts every Christmas. And I realized about 5 years ago that we should start those up. So at that time is when we started a new foundation, the O'Neill Foundation of Hope. So all proceeds from those concerts went to the charity, and that's what it just helps people in need, mostly in the Minnesota, Minneapolis area. But yeah, we're just happy to give back, and Notre Dame is where it all started, and this Notre Dame Day is just amazing.
It's inspirational, and thank you so much for sharing your beautiful music.
Of course.
With Notre Dame Day
We'll
today.
be playing some later. Maybe you can sing one with us?
I think that you do not need to do that.
Right.
No. But if you're ever on campus, I think everyone knows your music, and so it's so nice to have you here with us today. So thank you, Tim. All right, now let's go down to Caroline at the Cause Corner.
Stand by. Hey everyone, we are so excited to be able to be here today to talk to you about the important causes of the University of Notre Dame. So I've got 3 people here, a part of the Transformation Leaders Program. So first of all, we're going to have this gentleman to my right introduce himself and the students that he has here today.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm Father Joe Kapora. I have the privilege of working in Transformational Leaders Program, known as TLP, and the great privilege is working with students like Guadalupe and Gilbert, who are going to talk about the program now better than I can.
Thank you, sir. Okay, both of these students, Guadalupe and Gilbert, you are seniors right on the door to graduation. Let's talk about what the TLP program has meant to you. For people watching right now, what is this program all about? Guadalupe, we'll start with you.
Yeah. So coming in as a first-generation student, I always felt like a little unknown coming into the college atmosphere, but TLP was always there to support me through the professional, personal, and academic career through their mentorship, their advising, and the strong sense of community that they help build with all of the scholars that are part of this program, and so it really helped me ground myself and find my place at Notre Dame.
That's wonderful. Gilbert, another senior here. Gilbert, for a freshman that might be watching this, why should they take part in the TLP program?
Yes, I'd say it's an essential part, especially of my undergraduate career, and especially coming in as a freshman, something that you always want to have is guidance and mentorship. And TLP has been able to provide that for me in many different cases, and I think it's a very important and vital part of being an undergrad here at Notre Dame.
How long have you guys been a part of the program?
4 years.
All 4 years.
All 4 years. That's wonderful. So when you came in, you had the seniors that you looked up to, and now you guys are in the position to be the mentors for those younger students.
I think when we came in, it's when it was first starting off, so we were the first cohort.
You were the first one, and now we're passing the baton to the newer students. That's wonderful. So this has had a big impact on your college career. Why should people donate to the TLP program?
To support us through all the opportunities that TLP is able to give us. They have a summer experience award that they allow us to use for internships as well as different professional growth and development.
Yes, and I'd say along with that, also just having the collaborative space of the TLP Lounge, that is one of the most important aspects of finding community here at Notre Dame for me.
That's wonderful. Okay, so what's next for you? We would love to hear. You're both seniors about ready to start your professional careers. What's next?
I will be going back home and taking a gap year before attending law school.
That's really exciting. What about you, Gilbert?
And I'll be a financial advisor in St. Louis.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. We are going to send it back to the studio upstairs.
Lewis chicks are proud.
Lewis chicks are kind.
Lewis chicks are exceptional.
Lewis is really home for me because of the people and the culture that surrounds this amazing building at the back of campus.
There's a vibrancy here that is not present in a lot of other places on campus.
It's just the kindness and the love that is just floating in the air. I think the 60th anniversary celebration is really important because for me especially, it put a lot of things into perspective.
Having so many strong women who care so much about the dorm and its culture have really just shaped the building and the community and the culture.
We had past Lewis chicks, past hall staff, and current Lewis chicks talk about their experience and really the impact of female community on their lives then, now, and how it will continue in the future.
And so I think that the current chicks learned so much from this is really what Notre Dame education and what living in Lewis can bring for me for the rest of my life.
And just hearing their stories and relating to them, even though we're very different ages, was very powerful, and it really just made the weekend so amazing.
My hope for future chicks is just to continue to channel that sisterhood that you learn throughout your time in the dorm.
I think it's nice to sometimes have those moments where you look up at the dome and you realize, wow, I'm really here. And you are gathered in the lobby with your friends of Lewis, and you're like, wow, this is what being a Notre Dame student is all about. It's all about the community and the love that you build.
Because of your support on Notre Dame Day, generations of chicks came together for a weekend of joy, gratitude, and connection.
Thank you for investing in our community.
Thank you for helping us to celebrate our home behind the dome.
To all immovable objects, we're coming for you. Nobody starts as an unstoppable force. Momentum must be built. Quiet but steady, the weight of our actions multiplies as we move with purpose. Each rep, each spar, each bead of sweat, the fighting Irish spirit carries us forward. Some fight for pride, for glory, for themselves, but we yearn for a greater prize, because our bouts are bigger than any championship belt.
It's about providing Bengali communities with healthcare and a better life.
It's about ensuring generations of Ugandan children have access to quality education.
Boxing may be our passion,
but it's all in service of the mission.
Together, we are a force for good.
On Notre Dame Day, every gift to Bengal and Bouts makes a difference. Each dollar that sustains our training, our gear, our events, becomes a dollar that crosses oceans, inspires hope, and transforms lives.
Thank you for fueling our fight.
Thank you for standing in our corner.
And welcome back. Of course, you know the Notre Dame Pom Squad, a student-led dance team that brings the energy, the precision, and incredible school spirit to some of the biggest moments on campus. From the football Saturdays to the basketball games and beyond, this squad helps create unmistakable Notre Dame atmosphere right here, and here they are, the Notre Dame Pom Squad.
Hi, my name is Emma Ronk. And my name is Camille Bice. And together we serve as the current Notre Dame Pom Squad co-captains. Through the generosity of Notre Dame Day, our team spreads the spirit of the Fighting Irish. Your support helps fund our practices and uniforms and allows us to proudly represent our ladies' university by dancing and cheering on the Fighting Irish. Last year, our team celebrated its 50th season, and it means so much to continue this legacy thanks to your constant support.
Now we're so excited to perform one of our dances from this year's basketball and lacrosse seasons.
Thank you, and we hope you enjoy.
Or is it slow? Maybe it's useless. But there's a cuter word for it. I know.
Notre Dame Palms, great job as always. Let's go to George Millay at the Cause Corner. George.
Hey, Bob. We're here talking about bookstore basketball. We had some folks that were going to come in and kind of explain it to this reporter. So I don't have a lot of facts about bookstore basketball, but I suspect some of our viewers have an idea of what this great cause has done for Notre Dame, and then they'll be willing to contribute to this worthwhile effort. Bookstore basketball, ladies and gentlemen, it's way cool, and you should make a contribution. Back to you. Hey, let's take a look right now at some of the great things happening here at Notre Dame. A live look at what makes a difference.
The Jorts for Joey is a remembrance event. It serves to, one, commemorate Joey, a former Duncan Hall resident who died by suicide post-graduation. And it's also an event to look forward to the future, to know that this community is going to be here to serve to show that we're talking about men's mental health. It serves to show that we're here for each other.
So we sell jorts. Well, actually, we sell the full jeans out on South Quad. People cut them up into jorts as part of the event to show a little piece of what Joey did for the hall here.
We raise money by selling the items, the cotton candy, the jorts, and all of that money goes to Movember to support men going through and struggling with mental health.
It used to be like such a taboo topic, men's mental health, but if you can kind of make it easier for people to talk about, then you could address the issue more. And I think that's something that Duncan does really well, is just make things more accessible for people to talk about and address the real issue.
So it's an event, yes, to commemorate, but it's an event also to just be there as a beacon of light for other people. Thanks to your generosity on Notre Dame Day, we were able to turn Jorts for Joey into an event worthy of its cause.
Thank you for helping us honor a true Highlander and fully empowering us to embody the three pillars of Duncan Hall.
Community,
brotherhood, respect.
Just every single point, every single celebration, I think that's what it's all about.
My name is Rita, I'm a junior, and my nickname is Blue.
My name is Megan, I'm a senior, and my nickname is Pop.
Seth Green, I'm a sophomore on Papal Rage, and my nickname's Poseidon.
Hi, I'm Ryan Williams. I'm a junior on Opus D's, and my nickname is Paris.
the people, the vibes, and it being such a welcoming community for someone who didn't even know Frisbee was a sport before joining was absolutely electric.
And then I was like, this sounds like a really strange and odd sport. And then I went to the first practice, and now I've spent 4 years in this club, and I love it so much.
I kind of fell in love with it, and I'm one of the captains for our B team now, and I just love the group of guys and have a great time playing.
I think ND Ultimate has given me so many memories, so many lifelong friends that I will cherish forever.
One of the weirdest things we do is have really strange props at tournaments, a suit of armor, and various signs that may have been found on the street.
I think one way we embrace the weird as a team is we bought a katana, actually, to cut off our sleeves.
There's several examples of our team embracing the weird. I say the best is just our sideline chants. There are traditions that go like all the way back. Some of them, even us, current members, have no idea when they started.
Notre Dame Day has made everything possible for ND Ultimate.
ND Day has given us a lot of opportunities to use money to improve different aspects of our club. For example, travel, locations of hotels, equipment, and it's really important to us every year. We take it pretty seriously. We pride ourselves on being one of the best club sports in this area.
It's my family, it's my friends.
Well, at Notre Dame, faith and formation extend far beyond the classroom, even to the football field. As the chaplain to the Notre Dame football team, Father Nate Wills lives at that intersection every day. In his new book, Pray Like a Champion Today, he reflects on the power of prayer, purpose, and community, drawing from his experiences walking alongside students and student athletes as they grow in faith and in life. Father Nate, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Leanne. This is great.
Let's start with telling us how you became the football chaplain.
Yeah, this is the number one question I get. And I try not to be offended by isn't it obvious? No, it's not obvious. So Notre Dame, from its beginning, has had a Holy Cross priest be the chaplain to all of its sports teams. And it's really a great opportunity for our student athletes to connect. It really kind of happened out of the blue. The previous chaplain needed some help, and Father Pete McCormick, who is our director of campus ministry, called me up and said, we'd like you to consider doing this. And I told him right away, I said, hey, look, I'm honored, but there's a lot of guys in Holy Cross who know a lot more about football than I do. And he said, Nate, we pay a lot of people a lot of money to know everything there is to know about football. We don't need you to call plays. We just need you to point them to Christ. And so that's what I've been trying to do in this role.
And quite a role it is. You've just come out with a book.
Yeah,
and you brought
I happen to have a copy right
there
here.
It is. Pray Like a Champion Today. And it's about your experiences with Notre Dame football. But how does that phrase go beyond the game itself?
Yeah, so this is really, a lot of people think this is a book about prayer. It's really not. It's really about sacred stories that I've kind of encountered over these last 8 seasons with the football team. It's been really a cool opportunity to sit down with our guys, to get to know them off the field, and to get to know kind of the depth of who they are. That phrase, play like a champion today, is the sign that Coach Lou Holtz brought up and put in the locker room as a reminder of all the people who have gone before our team, and just to say, this is give your all for all the people and for Our Lady. And I really think part of the book has been just recounting some of the stories and some of the people that have been really significant in my journey. And there's a lot of great stories of our student athletes and our players. There's pictures, so you don't need to be a big reader to get into it. So it's really been a great journey, and the hope is that people see themselves as a person who is journeying towards Christ and in everyday life can find the Lord.
Yeah, there's a strong connection between discipline in faith and discipline in athletics.
Mm-hmm.
What have you learned from the student athletes about how those two reinforce each other?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, our student athletes are intense about everything in life, about the way that they train, hopefully about their academics, and about their faith life too. And I think that discipline has been a really important thing for me to learn from them, the way that they are just really intense and disciplined. And I think that relates perfectly to the life of prayer that we're all called to. It's not easy amidst the distractions of our world and our lives to set aside the time for prayer, but it's so important to spend time, and quiet time with the Lord, and to be people who find discipline amidst all the distractions of our world.
Yeah. In addition to accompanying the members of the football team, you also walk with students in classrooms and in residence halls. So share with us some of your favorite memories of being the priest in residence at Keough Hall.
Yeah, I'm in Keough Hall. And Keough is having a big year. This is their 30th anniversary, so they're shooting to get $30,000 from ND Day, and they're really excited. It is such a privilege to be walking alongside the young men of Keough Hall, the Kangaroos. They are so much fun. They're smart, thoughtful, creative. We have a chariot race in the fall where they make chariots and run around campus. But I find the everyday experiences in the dorm to be just a blast. On Tuesdays, I have Mass with them in Keough in Our Lady Guadalupe Chapel. And then afterwards, we have tater tots in my room. And so last night, they were all over there, and well, not all of them, but a good number of guys having tater tots, talking about life. I really think this is one of Notre Dame's greatest strengths is our residential life, where people have a sense of belonging, they have a sense of fun and community, and they really get thrown together. Unlike a fraternity or sorority where people sort of self-select folks who might be like them, our dorms put people just together from all over the place, and it creates this beautiful sense of community and belonging for them.
Yeah, I think that's something unique about Notre Dame that I always try to explain as a student. They'll say, are there frats? Are there sororities? And I'm like, but no, your dorm, that's your family.
Yeah.
It's just a great experience.
Exactly, and it's not uncommon to see guys living in the dorm all 4 years. To just hang around. And my brother lived in a dorm, and it wasn't the nicest dorm. In fact, they knocked it down, Fisher Hall. And he wouldn't have wanted to live anywhere else because all of his friends were there. And it just is a great sense of brotherhood, community, camaraderie among our students.
I wanted to talk to you about the ACE program. It's a program, the impact goes beyond classrooms, placing these ACE teaching fellows all across the country. In fact, you travel to locations across the country talking about AI and Catholic education. I mean, AI is such a big topic right now. What's your main message when it comes to the constantly changing world of this generative AI?
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and our Catholic schools right now are just incredible places where students have, grow not only intellectually but spiritually and morally. And I'm really blessed to be a part of the Alliance for Catholic Education. I'm actually a graduate of that program as well, and I get to teach our REMIC leaders, and those are folks who are aspiring Catholic school principals, and it's just a wonderful program. I cannot recommend it highly enough. They become transformative leaders in our Catholic schools all throughout the nation and the world. And my little corner of things that's very small is higher powered learning. I work with my colleague Louis Pochet, and we really help to increase folks' literacy about AI in Catholic education, and then also to help them understand how they can create policies to keep kids safe. So my main takeaway is probably that this is, in the words of Pope Francis when he talked about AI, he called it an exciting and fearsome tool. And I think that's what the line that we have to walk. And that so many scholars and professors around campus are really trying to find ways to use technology really powerfully, but also to make sure that they're being responsible and make sure that they affirm the dignity of the human person and uphold the dignity that God has given each one of us.
Now, for someone who may be watching and they're searching for meaning or struggling to stay grounded, what does it look like to pray like a champion in everyday life?
I think that's a great question. I wish I had a simple answer, but I would say it's to really open your eyes to God's grace in the world. It's to open our eyes to seeing the ways in which God moves every single day of our lives. And I think the heart of that is gratitude, of really stepping back from what we do and to give thanks and praise to Jesus for all the gifts that he has given us, for all the ways in which he transforms our lives, brings light into the darkness, and really invites each one of us to continue the gospel by our very lives.
All right, before I let you go, a lot of people were eager in the studio for me to ask you, to please do the Our Father.
Oh, very good. Yes. And this is for you, by the way. I'm going to give you this book.
Thank you very much.
So we'll pray the Our Father. This is what we do in the locker room right before the team hits the field. And at the end of it, we ask for Our Lady's intercession. I say, Our Lady, Queen of Victory, and the guys go, pray for us. So we'll pray together the Our Father. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our Lady, Queen of Victory,
pray for us.
Nicely done.
All right, Father Nate, thank you. Let's go now to Caroline Clapp in the Cause Corner.
Thank you so much, Leanne. What makes Notre Dame Day so special is we get to hear from the students of the University of Notre Dame with the organizations that they're a part of here on campus. And I've got two young men here. We've got Connor and Henry, both members of the Notre Dame Ski Snowboard Club. How cool is that? Both seniors set to graduate. So first of all, guys, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to be here. I know you did this interview with Notre Dame Day last year, Connor, so we'll start with you. How long have you been a part of the Notre Dame Ski Snowboard Club?
I've been here since my sophomore year, which is kind of funny because I never raced competitively in high school at all, and I also didn't have my freshman year. We actually started my sophomore year in 2023, and so we're a very new club. And it's just been a really great privilege to work for the club, to see it grow over time. It's been a great experience, and though I'm about to graduate, I wouldn't have traded my time with the Notre Dame ski team for the world.
That's awesome. And Henry, when did you join the club?
About the same. My freshman year, obviously there wasn't a club.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of a club, and then sophomore year, over winter break, I found out about it, and I was like, all right, how come I haven't gotten involved yet? So ever since, I've been like as involved as anyone could possibly be, because I love skiing and I love ND ski. So
that's awesome. How has this organization enriched your experience overall at Notre Dame?
I'm a very outdoorsy person, as you might expect, and so it was great to find a community of like-minded people who just love being outdoors, love skiing, and love being active. So I just love everyone on this club.
Yeah, no, for me, it's a great outlet to like kind of push myself further. Like I was saying, I'd never skied before in terms of racing. And so like my first time out in Upper Michigan, going racing with a team, it was really, really scary, but it really pushed me to be a better skier. And I really enjoyed that. And it kind of fosters that community and a sense of belonging that you only find with sports. And I really have enjoyed my time with that.
That's really great. Really quick before we go, you guys can give and support the club. Right now they have raised almost $3,000. Connor tells me they have a goal of $9,000. So let's help the future generation of the club. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what makes Notre Dame Day so special.
The joy of climbing is that failure is inevitable. At some point, everybody gets stuck. Everybody slips. Everybody falls.
I would say rock climbing is almost mostly failure. I think part of the fun of the sport is getting on a route and projecting it and working on it maybe 10, 15, 50 times until you get it right. And that like acceptance of failure and perseverance through it and the success that you feel at the end when you finally send the route is probably one of the best parts of climbing.
The Notre Dame Climbing Club is a community of students dedicated to this process, to improving themselves in mind, body, and spirit. Together, climbers of all skill levels create an encouraging environment, sharing wisdom and pushing each other past comfort zones. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, the Climbing Club was able to travel to Kentucky's world-renowned destination for rock climbing, Red River Gorge, the beauty, the challenge, the camaraderie. Every facet of the trip enriched students' lives, and none of it, however, would be possible without the most up-to-date gear. Proper ropes, harnesses, helmets, and a litany of other devices are essential to climbing success.
Thank you for giving us the tools that we need to safely push ourselves.
Thank you for your continued support of our climbing family.
1, 2, 3, Irish!
Notre Dame Day is an annual reminder for me to look back and remember all of the fun memories I had on campus.
As president of my residence hall, I really saw the impact that Notre Dame Day and all of its donors have on student life.
It's incredible for me to be able to now give back as an alum to these causes that I was a part of as a student.
It gives me a direct line to students who are in the place that I was when I was a student on campus many years ago. So it helps me to see how the programs that I loved and committed myself to as a student have grown and shaped others.
I just think it's so important to continue to invest in the kids that are here and to give them the same opportunities that, we had as students.
The university isn't one thing, it's so many different things.
I encourage other alumni to look back at their time at Notre Dame and to really reflect on what was meaningful to them. Small donations go a long way.
Whether you paid your entire tuition here or you were scholarshiped or some sort of a mix, as most of us were, you were here walking on these grounds because someone believed that the future was worth investing in.
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day gift.
Right, this year, Notre Dame is celebrating 50 years of women's varsity athletics. That's 5 decades of women competing and thriving under the Golden Dome. Izzy Engel is already adding to that legacy in a really big way. After being named the Soccer ACC Freshman of the Year in 2024, she came back this past season and became the first Notre Dame striker to earn the ACC Offensive Player of the Year. So back-to-back. Also just became the 5th player in ACC history to win Freshman of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year in consecutive seasons. And on top of that, if that's not enough, she's also been named a finalist for both the Herman Trophy and the Honda Sport Award, which recognizes the very best in women's college athletics. Izzy, that's quite the welcome. Welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So this college soccer thing's pretty easy for you, huh?
No, it's definitely not easy, but it's been so much fun just being able to play with my teammates and make such great memories alongside them.
So you have been able to excel. We were joking, but you have really excelled at this level. Did you anticipate coming into here, Division I, major conference, going up against some of the best teams in the country, that I'm going to be able to do what I've been doing the way I've been doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I always had a lot of confidence in myself, but I knew coming in, like, nothing was going to be given. You were going to have to earn every minute on the field, every play that you get. And yeah, so coming in, I tried to have as much humility as possible. Like, we all come from like humble beginnings. Remembering where you're coming from is very important. And I think just coming in here, we had a great group of freshmen. We had 13 of us total, which is like a huge incoming freshman class. So as we just got to like grow with one another, continue to excel on the field and get closer off the field, we really just grew our chemistry. And then I was able to do some pretty cool individual things, but that's obviously not without the help from my team, the support that they've given me, the coaching that my coaches have provided. That has really helped me just develop and become the player that I'm starting to become today.
Yeah, the football team, Coach Freeman calls it team glory. You work for team glory, you get the individual glory as well. So when you look at your time here, what has been sticking out for you? What's been your proudest moment? My proudest moment?
That's hard. I would just say, with both of our, like, I've been on a freshman team and a sophomore team now, and just this is going to sound a little cliche, but the love that my team has had for each other both years, it's unlike any team I've been a part of. We just genuinely care about each other, and I think it's honestly like led by our coaches and the care that they put into us and the time that they put into us that has really helps us excel. And I think an example that I have for this is in the ACC tournament this past fall, we had just lost a couple of our starters and like best players to ACL injuries. We had a lot of girls dealing with some things and battling some injuries, and that really makes you call on the depth of the team. And we had girls that maybe hadn't played as much, and they were having to step up, playing almost 90 minutes in this game. And we were playing in the ACC final against Stanford. And Stanford was like #1, and we were #2, I think, at this point, because we had just lost a game. But we were down 2-0, maybe like 47 minutes into the game. So just into the second half, we were down 2-0. And we actually ended up rallying. We came back 2-2. we honestly could have scored to make it 3-2. We had so much momentum, and we'll still look back and think about that game. But we ended up losing in penalty kicks, but honestly, like, I was just so proud of, one, the girls that stepped up. They came off the bench, they took advantage of their opportunity, they stepped up, and they really helped our team. And two, the girls that had to rally. We knew that we had lost injuries. We had been playing together all season. We were down by 2 goals, but we knew that the fight wasn't over yet. And I think that that really just describes our team. It describes the moments that we're willing to make and put together with each other, and also the memories that we end up creating.
Okay, so bragging time. You're not allowed to say my teammates in this sentence. But what makes you such a force on the field? Describe the strength of your game.
I would say some of those accolades that you mentioned, they're because I've been able to score a lot of goals. And I have to say my teammates, because no goals come without assists. True. And they set me up so well and really helped me excel in that area. But I think for a forward to be successful, you have to have this hunger for the goal. And we have myself, Annabelle Chukwu, Lily Joseph, Ellie Hodson as like our main, Paige Buckner, main forward players. And we all kind of have that knack for the goal and that ability to put yourself into positions to score. And again, you need your teammates to set you up, but to have that hunger and desire to put your team in front and to get the goal for them is really important. I think I do have that, and I have, just that ability to find the back of the net.
So you're a good finisher.
I try, we try. We're obviously always improving. We need improvement and need to grow in those growth areas, but we really try.
So what's next for you on the pitch? What's your next soccer goal?
Well, besides
winning a championship,
I was going to say,
know that.
No, we got to win a national championship. This team, even this coming year, we've been really great the past 2 years, but I'm really excited about this team. We got a great incoming group. We've had some of them playing with us this spring, and it's been really encouraging. We've had some good spring games. So winning a national championship for sure this year and the next, but following my college career, I want to play professionally, whether that's overseas or here in the growing NWSL League in the U.S., and just continue to see where I can take myself and where soccer can take me. I've had goals to play professionally and play on the U.S. national team since I was a kid, and to really just live those dreams out would be the absolute best.
You're on the way. We're just about wrapped up. We're getting the big wrap here. At some point, soccer is going to end. What is then next for you on a personal level? What would you like to get into?
That's a good question. Honestly,
Parents probably ask that same question, don't they?
They do. Oh, they do. And they know the degree is so important to me, too. And I think that that's something really special about Notre Dame is, you talk about 4 for forever. It sets you up beyond just the 4 years that you're here at Notre Dame. I'm getting a business degree here, so maybe something in the sports business realm, sports management. I love talking to people, talking on screens, maybe broadcasting. Honestly, I'm not really sure.
Well, I retire in a few years. You can take my spot.
I'll take your spot, just like to see where it takes me after. I'd love to stay in the world of sports as well, right. So we'll see.
Izzy, honor to meet you. It was a pleasure. You're very pleasant. Thanks very much. Go Irish. Let's keep it going here. All right, now let's head down to the cause corner where George is standing by.
And Bob, I've got my guests with me this time around. I've got Asher and Bridget. They are members of the Notre Dame Folk Choir. Asher is a tenor. Bridget is an alto. But let's talk a little bit about this. I was surprised to find out what the Notre Dame Folk Choir is. It's not, you guys aren't singing Arlo Guthrie, are you?
No, so the Notre Dame Folk Choir, a little bit different than the other Basilica choirs. We do more contemporary music, but the name folk, very centered on the community that we get to have together. We just really prioritize the fellowship of the members in the choir. There's 65 members, and so folk, yes, our music's different than maybe the liturgical choir, for example, but folk is very much descriptive of the community we experience every day.
And Asher, I was surprised to find out how large this group is.
Yeah, we have 65 members from a wide range of majors, from liberal arts to the engineering degree, and then we have grad students as well, just from all across the country. It's a really great community to be a part of.
65 voices, that has got to be a big sound, huh?
Yes, it's beautiful, and we're so privileged every Sunday at the noon mass to be able to carry all those voices in worship and invite others to join us. So,
and you play some gigs, for lack of a better term, out in the community. And I imagine that some of the churches and other groups that have you come in are pretty excited to have the Notre Dame Folk Choir.
Yeah, they are. Every year we go on a tour. This year we're going to Southeast Asia. We're going to Taipei, Macau, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And then next year we're hoping to go to the of the United States. But actually, this upcoming Saturday, we have a performance in DPAC of our project, Drawn Back to the Table, which is just like a musical adaptation of the Passion and Resurrection of Christ as seen through the lens of the Road to Emmaus. So it's like those communities that always accept us to bring our story and share our ministry beyond the basilica walls. That makes it so special.
So how much fun is this?
So much fun. We pride ourselves on being one of the most fun choirs on campus. Yeah, we just have a great time with each other, plenty of laughs. And I mean, if you're singing together, it's just already so joyous, and to do it with such great people is so fun.
On that note, let's now take a look at how this Notre Dame Day is making a difference.
Character, culture, community. Notre Dame lacrosse embodies the golden standard of Our Lady's University. On the field, they execute, they are disciplined, they are champions. But it's off the field where the team makes its biggest impact.
Our work doesn't just stay within the walls of this locker room. You know, our work extends beyond that out into the community, and whether that's, you know, helping people through the Boys and Girls Club or through Fighting Irish Fight for Life, or, you know, the various things that we do. You know, we do whatever we can to kind of help the community and, you know, extend it beyond the walls of our lotto.
Every year, the Notre Dame lacrosse team commits themselves to serving the common good by giving back to their community.
It's a chance for us to do a good thing for somebody else who is less fortunate than us, and to really take something from it and learn a lot about ourselves that we might not have been given the chance to learn.
For 5 decades, the Boys and Girls Club of St. Joseph County has been a place for kids to grow, to learn, and to realize their full potential. Sharing the club's mission to positively impact the community, Notre Dame men's lacrosse regularly volunteers their time and talent to help better serve the boys and girls of Michiana.
There's a kid at the Boys and Girls Club called Jaden. Every time I went over there, he was kind of the kid I stuck by. He was just a quiet kid, loved sports, and kind of stuck to himself, and I kind of attached onto him, and he's been in my locker ever since we drew a picture together, so that was pretty cool.
With your support on Notre Dame Day, we're able to collectively be a force for good in our community, advancing the university mission and living up to our 3 pillars.
Thank you for fueling our service.
Thank you for empowering us to be champions in our community.
The Robinson Center began in 2001 as a hub for education, the arts, and civic engagement. Since then, people of all ages have benefited from the center's growing list of programs and classes geared towards every stage of life. Robinson Community Learning Center is a place that really connects the University of Notre Dame to the city of South Bend. Not only are programs here on site, but we reach out to 14 different not-for-profits to provide parenting programs. We have preschools in 3 locations around the city. We are an outreach arm of the university, and we take that role very seriously. In 2024, the Robinson Center directly served over 890 community members, including more than 230 students from 47 area schools.
This Notre Dame Day, when you make a gift to the Robinson Community Learning Center, you're empowering Notre Dame to be an even greater force for good in South Bend. That means more resources for parents, greater growth and enrichment for students, and for our seniors, greater engagement and a path towards lifelong learning. Thank you, Notre Dame family, for helping to invest in our community.
Welcome back in, everyone. If you're just tuning in to Notre Dame Day, all morning long, we have had the privilege of highlighting different student causes on campus. Up next is Opera ND, and here we've got a graduate level student that is a sacred music major. His name is Joe Galdi. Joe, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
You guys are going to want to stick around because we're actually going to get to hear Joe perform in just a few short minutes. But first, Joe, talk to us about your experience with this up-and-coming group at Notre Dame called Opera ND.
It has been a great experience. Last semester, we performed the opera Candide, which is about 2.5 hours. It's a pretty lengthy production. We managed to pull it off. I played an old woman on stage, and it was a great time.
That's amazing. Joe and I were talking before this segment started, and Joe, you told me you got into operatic singing when you were in high school. That's certainly very impressive. It's a difficult art form to learn. Talk to us about your journey learning how to sing opera.
Yeah, so it's a very technical way of singing. I started with musical theater a lot, and my parents aren't musicians, so I wasn't really exposed to opera. And I started doing choir a lot, which really pivoted me into the opera career.
That's impressive. I got to hear a little bit of taste of Joe's work when he was warming up, and he is so good. But don't take my word for it. We are going to get to hear him perform right now, so I'm going to step out of the way, and let's give it up for Joe.
what you gonna do when it all falls down, and where you gonna go from there. What you gonna do when the money's gone, and who you gonna buy to care. What you gonna do when the country says, now get yourself out of here. What you gonna paint when you cannot paint the town. I'm gonna wipe that smile from that famous little clown. And what's he gonna do when it all falls down? All the king's horses and all the king's men will never put poor Charlie together again. And what's he gonna do when it all falls down?
Let's give a big round of applause. That was amazing. Joe Geldy, let's give another round of applause. Come on, that was incredible. That was such a treat. We got to hear the operatic style and your musical theater background. Thank you so much for that, Joe. If you want to support Opera ND, you can give right now. And let's send it back to Bob and Leanne. Wasn't that incredible, guys?
Yeah, really incredible. All right, thank you for that. And what a wonderful hour it has been here on Notre Dame Day 2026. From our conversation with an alumnus whose music has reached billions of listeners around the world, to our time with Father Nate Wills, reflecting on faith, mentorship, and accompaniment. This hour has been a beautiful reminder of the many ways Notre Dame's mission lives on through its people.
Absolutely. We've also been treated, of course, to some incredible performances by the Notre Dame Pom Squad. And, of course, we just heard Opera ND, two very different expressions of talent. And, of course, their dedication filled with the kind of energy and excellence and spirit that makes this place so special.
That's one of the joys of Notre Dame Day. And every hour we get to see another side of this remarkable community. Its creativity, its heart, its faith, its commitment to forming people who make a difference in the world.
And none of that happens, of course, on its own. The stories we've shared today are powered by the generosity of the alumni, the parents, students, faculty, staff, even friends who believe in what Notre Dame makes possible.
Now, if something you saw this hour inspired you, there is still time to make your gift. You can do that right here on the notredameday.nd.edu giving site by clicking the green Make a Gift button in the top right corner of this page.
Every gift, no matter the size, helps strengthen the programs, the opportunities, the experiences that shape students, and really extends Notre Dame's impact far beyond the campus.
And the celebration is far from over.
We also have much more ahead as Notre Dame Day continues with more stories, more performances, and more opportunities to see the mission of this university in action.
All right, thank you for spending this hour with us.
And for sure being part of this global celebration of the Notre Dame family.
Stay with us. Another great hour of Notre Dame Day 2026 is about to begin.
El tilingolingo originates from the state of Veracruz. It comes from Spanish, indigenous, and African influence. The couple represents the love and connection. The white apparel symbolizes purity and femininity within the partnership.
All of the songs tell a story. With this song, the story is supposed to be where the coyote is kind of playing games with the chicken, trying to circle around the girl, right, and kind of trick her into like his grasp, right? So that's the idea of this dance with El Coyote from Sinaloa.
So Jarabe Tapatio originates from the state of Jalisco, Mexico. The dance is kind of a dance of courtship. It's a relationship between a man and a woman getting to know each other. The men actually wear a suit that's called a charro suit, and it's meant to symbolize that relationship between the horsemen and the cowboys. And the woman wears a dress with bright, colorful ribbons, and for us, it's in colors of blue and gold to honor, again, our tradition, but also honor the tradition that Notre Dame and what it brings to us. So it's a connection between these two different worlds that we hope to bring to campus and honor ourselves.
With each dance, we bring Mexican culture to life.
With each performance, we share our Mexican heritage with the Notre Dame community.
And with each donation, you make it all possible.
Hello, everyone. We are so glad you are joining us for Hour 7, yes, Hour 7 of the Notre Dame Day broadcast. My co-anchor, John Paul, and I have a lot of stories to tell you this hour.
Yeah, we've got a busy hour ahead, and it's all happening live from the Duncan Student Center here on the beautiful campus of the University of Notre Dame. Interviews, performances, and demonstrations involving so many different campus organizations who all come together on this broadcast to celebrate Notre Dame and its mission to be a force for good.
And of course, it's a busy place, and we're celebrating all of that. None of these groups can have an impact without your help, though. They rely on your gifts to make their work possible. And we invite you to click the Make a Gift button. It's easy to find. It's right there on the Notre Dame Day website. Select your favorite cause or causes and complete the giving process. We've made it super easy for you.
And again, no gift is too small, and every dollar makes a difference.
Yeah, and this hour, George Mallet is going to give us the inside scoop on one of the dining hall's hottest items. Can't wait to see what that is. And then I'll be speaking with Vice President and Associate Provost for Academic Strategy, David Go. Looking forward to that.
And I'll be speaking with Professor Paul Schurz about the role of artificial intelligence in the life of the church and society. And later this hour, I'll sit down with Missy Conboy, the Senior Deputy Athletics Director, who recently announced her retirement.
And we'll also be treated to a performance by the Pascarella East Music Company. We've been entertained all morning long, and we have so much more to go. We can't wait to see what they have prepared for us. But first, we need to get an update on the numbers, John, from Connor Montijo. Connor, what are we looking at?
Thank you so much, Tricia. Down here at the fundraising table, before we get to the numbers, I wanted to quickly recognize a huge milestone for members of our Soren Society. The Soren Society has been around for 50 years this year. This is a group of thousands of families who choose to give back to the areas of greatest need here at Notre Dame. So it's influencing our ability to provide financial aid, to invest in our Catholic mission, and continue distinguished student experiences. So happy anniversary to all our Soren members. 50 years, an incredible achievement, and 50 more for sure to come. So really excited. They're about to hit $100,000 almost. That next gift's going to hopefully put them over the top there for the Soren Society. $100,000 on Notre Dame Day so far. Take you back to the overall leaderboard. Let's check in on where we're at. See those numbers scrolling up. We're almost at 23,800 gifts. Hopefully that ticks over here while we're chatting. 846 causes benefited. We've got 2,856,000 and counting. So many different causes to support. We've got causes that still don't have a gift. Find one of those. There's so many incredible things that our students are interested in, they're passionate about here at Notre Dame. This is an opportunity for you to say, yes, I want you to be able to pursue your passions here. I want you to be able to grow and learn and challenge yourself in new ways. Find a club, find a cause, find a residence hall, whether it's one that you lived in, that you had a friend, family member, child live in. There's an opportunity to give back and deepen the experience of our students here today. And you saw so many amazing performances. Invest in those performances as well. Help them to expand what they're able to do, to have better productions, to have more students engaged in their causes. This is an opportunity for donors, no matter the gift size. We've got that challenge fund. We've got these hourly challenges. This is an opportunity for us to have a greater impact on our students here on Notre Dame Day. Thanks so much for the almost 24,000. I think we're going to hit 24,000 this hour. Thanks so much for being a part of today. And let's make sure we keep that rolling here. Let's keep that momentum going. Tricia, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Great work, Connor. Thank you so much. Well, we are now joined by David Go, Vice President and Associate Provost for Academic Strategy at Notre Dame, and he helps guide the university's strategic framework. It's the big picture vision for how Notre Dame is tackling some of the world's most complex challenges through research, collaboration, and innovation. David, thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
I covered a lot of ground there. Let's start with the big picture. So why does the university need a strategic framework?
Well, there's really two reasons. One, of course, is we're a really complex organization. We have 13,000 students, almost 6,000 staff, almost 1,500 faculty. And you need something that helps us organize ourselves so that we all move in the same direction. And a strategic framework helps set that up. But more importantly, it also sets up our aspirations. What is our ambition as a Catholic research university in the 21st century. A strategic framework is really important to articulate that and allow everyone to buy in.
Well, the strategic framework talks about Notre Dame thinking and acting as one institution, like you said, and that includes collaboration. So break down the different things that you are looking at and what you are doing specifically.
Well, we identified a number of important areas where we think the university can not only be impactful, but are really aligned with our Catholic mission. Areas like poverty, ethics, democracy, health and well-being, sustainability, the arts, data, AI, and computing, and specific to our Catholic mission, global Catholic research. And if we come together in what we call initiatives, we can really bring all of our talents to bear among our faculty, our staff, and our students to be the most impactful that we can be. So if we think as an institution, we go further, faster.
Well, and a lot of the initiatives are focused on big, real-world challenges. So let's talk now about those. How is Notre Dame uniquely suited to be at the front of those conversations?
Well, I think the most important thing is our Catholic mission. When we talk about why we're working on poverty, it's rooted in Catholic social teaching. When we talk about why we're doing an initiative in global Catholic research, it's rooted in our service to the church. When we built our sustainability initiative, it was fomented by the late Pope Francis's encyclical Laudato Si, which laid out the vision of integral ecology so beautifully. So our Catholic mission is at the root of what we do, but it's also our strategic advantage.
The Catholic mission here at Notre Dame, and it's all around the world. So let's talk now about how students fit into this equation. How do they see their experience? How do they fit in to this strategic performance and this placement?
Yeah, well, students are the heart of the university. You know that, I know that. I'm a Notre Dame alum, so I am clearly very enriched by my own student experience. And when I think of the initiatives, we've articulated not only our ambitions for research and impact, but also how do we educate and inform our students better. And almost all the initiatives have fellows programs. So ethics has a fellows program. Our arts initiative has a fellows program. Democracy initiative has a fellows program. We have fellows programs for our graduate students. And what that does, it allows our students to not only be aligned with those initiatives, but really dig into what does it mean to work on research that hopefully ends poverty, or what does it really mean to think about what democracy means in our world today.
And when you have those young minds at work here at the University of Notre Dame, that's got to make you feel good, doesn't it?
Oh, it's their minds, it's their energy, right? Their energy, and they want to be a force for good in the world. And really, that's our biggest force for good in the world, are the students we produce.
Well, thank you so much. What an exciting interview, and just so exciting to know of what is ahead with the strategic framework here at the University of Notre Dame. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, now let's see what George has for us at the performance stage. Hey, George.
Hey, I am here with Aaron Wood, the chef, the pastry chef, the man with perhaps the most Notre Dame thing that exists in the free world. We're talking about the Freeman cookie, aren't we?
That's right.
So tell us about the origins of the Freeman cookie, because the coach was intimately involved in its creation, right?
Yes, that's correct. So I met with Coach Freeman about 2 years ago in the summer, brought him a bunch of cookies, did a tasting up in his office, kind of played around what cookie he liked, what flavors he liked, and kind of came up with the Freeman cookie, which is a green velvet cookie with cookie butter cream cheese frosting. So it's kind of similar to like a red velvet cookie, but here at Notre Dame we couldn't make that red, so we had to go with the green.
Okay, so here's the question. How does one get access to a Freeman cookie? Do you have to know a guy? Or
no, they're available every day. So they're for sale every day over at the Haggerty Family Cafe, located here in the Duncan Student Center.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the ingredients and what the particular things were that the coach wanted to make sure were in here.
Yeah, so he was really high on the cookie butter. I know it was kind of a popular trend at the time, so he made sure we wanted to incorporate the cookie butter into the icing. So red velvet typically pairs well with cream cheese, so why not involve the cream cheese with the cookie butter? So that's where we kind of came up with that. We do have two Freeman cookies. One is a sandwich cookie with the ND logo, which has got powdered sugar on it, and then we also have the other one, which is just a larger cookie with a little bit more frosting on top of it.
I like the way you say that red velvet typically pairs well with cream cheese.
Yeah.
Like that's common knowledge.
Yeah.
So, but
Yep.
that's good. He's
Yep.
a chef. He knows what he's talking about. Is it too soon for me to try this?
No, we got
Okay.
plenty of cookies here,
All right,
so
okay.
dig in.
All right. I'm going to get it on my fingers. Oh, my goodness.
Worth the hype.
Oh, my good. This is really rich, Chef.
It's a rich cookie.
Dare I ask about how many grams of carbohydrate in this?
We won't worry about
We don't
that.
care. We're not
No,
going
we
to
won't
talk
worry
about
about that.
We're not going to talk about cholesterol readings, none of that. This is fantastic.
Yeah, we've had a lot. We sell them on game days on the library quad. So this was our second year doing that, and we've actually had fans come to us before any other thing that they've come on campus. They'll buy dozens of them, throw them in their freezer. You know, it's been a rising.
Is
kick.
there a wine pairing with the Freeman cookie?
Not yet. No.
All right, I'm thinking a big Cabernet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look now at more about Notre Dame Day and how it is empowering the community.
At the University of Notre Dame, amidst the rigorous academics, a unique team thrives. Bound by a shared passion, it's more than just a club, it's a family.
It's about so much more than just the horses. It's about bonding as a group. It's about the relationships you make with the horses, with your friends. We have team outings and stuff like that where we all get to spend time together away from the barn. It's really just all about making friends in college that will last for life with a common interest.
Beyond the camaraderie, the bond with these incredible animals offers a vital outlet for the pressures of college life.
Horses are such a therapeutic animal that with the stress of classes and everything, I knew I wanted to be around them still, even though I'm not at home.
Most importantly, when I'm riding, I'm not thinking about anything that's going on outside of that riding, and I think everybody needs an activity where you can do that. For so many of us on the team, that's always been horses.
Whether you've been riding for years or just starting out, the team welcomes all levels, fostering growth and confidence.
We like to be able to accept as many members as we can. We welcome both people who've been riding their whole lives and people who are just beginning to ride in college.
Thankfully, the team has been very kind to let me kind of learn along the way.
The team really just feels like one big unit, which I really love.
But this incredible experience wouldn't be possible without vital support.
Notre Dame Day is a huge part of how we can support our team.
Horses are naturally just a very expensive animal to take care of, and we really could not take care of all the horses on the team without the extra support from Notre Dame Day. Your generosity on Notre Dame Day ensures that our horses can continue to be happy and healthy members of the Notre Dame family.
Thank you for investing in our team.
Thank you for supporting our passion.
To everyone in the Notre Dame community who so generously welcomed me and made Notre Dame a second home to me, thank you. The greatest gift that anyone could ever give me is the chance to dream, and Notre Dame and all the donors have given that to me through the scholarship that I'm on, but also the financial aid and the mental and physical and academic support that I'm getting here at Notre Dame. So this has been one of the greatest 2 years ever, and I look forward to the rest of my life after Notre Dame.
Every year, the University of Notre Dame successfully meets each student's demonstrated financial need in full, a feat that would be impossible without donors like you.
Thank you very much. I'm so grateful to be able to have been a Notre Dame student and to grow as a student, as an athlete, as a person here. And thank you very much, and go Irish.
Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. Your support in me really is more than financial aid, but it's support for me to grow and feel as though I belong at Notre Dame.
You made it possible for me to attend and possible for me to know all that Notre Dame has to offer and to love it. So I just can't say anything other than thank you.
If it wasn't for Notre Dame, I would not be in any position to do that on my own. But this community has helped me out so much, and I want to thank everyone for doing that.
By supporting financial aid, you help ensure that students from all walks of life continue to benefit from all that Notre Dame has to offer.
Notre Dame is community.
Opportunity.
Life-changing.
Family.
Home.
Freedom.
The people.
Community.
Opportunity.
Force for good. Notre Dame is home.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
So sometimes I worry about us getting caught up in our own hype here at Notre Dame. So you being networked with the other faculty reps at the ACC and then within the NCAA, you have a really good sense of the landscape.
Sure.
Much more broadly. How unique is our student athlete experience? And do others really look to it as a model?
Sure. I think it is really unique. As we said, it mimics an Ivy League experience, I think, in some of the Olympic sports where you're really providing just the highest level of competition and the highest level of academics at the same time. We're also doing that with our revenue sports as well. And I think that is what makes it unique.
Revenue being football, typically men's and
women's basketball, but also hockey, I would say, too,
hockey,
right?
Yeah.
What I notice most when I look at other ACC schools is that things that coaches understand and embrace here are just not really part of the picture. So class miss policy is a great example. The notion that we would actually restrict coaches in how they might schedule, that they have to get that cleared and approved, right? That doesn't necessarily happen at other institutions where sometimes students will just walk in with a travel letter that says, I'm going to be gone these days, and the professor signs it, and that's the end of the conversation. And there's nobody necessarily like protecting that academic experience in the way that we do. So I think what I notice the most is the policies that we have that support student athletes, I think, are really strong. And a lot of other institutions try to model that, right? When I talk to other faculty athletics reps, can you give me a copy of your class miss policy, your excused absence policy, and how does it work on your campus?
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from the For Good series with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
Right now, I'm pleased to welcome Professor Paul Schurz to Notre Dame Day. Professor Schurz is a theologian and expert in technology and ethics who recently participated at a Vatican conference exploring the role of AI in the life of the church and in society. Paul, welcome. So great to have you with us here. So let's get right to it. You've been part of some meaningful conversations at the Vatican about AI. What were the focus of some of those discussions?
Thank you for having me here. So I've been working with the Dicastery for Culture and Education, has had a group for 6 years now looking at the ethics of AI, what AI is. And our focus has really been on what's the relationship between AI and the human person. So questions, is AI intelligent? Is AI a person? But also other things like how does AI affect medicine? How does it affect education?
So a lot of people hear about AI, and there is a lot of uncertainty about how it could impact their future. What are you thinking in terms of maybe some of the questions people should ask about the impacts to AI in their lives?
So there's two real effects of AI that I'm interested in right now looking at. That's relational AI is coming on. This is where AI takes the form of a person. There's a lot of applications now that are engaging in friendships or offering spiritual advice or relational advice, or even people form romantic relationships. That seems very kind of dangerous for people to engage in those. We've already seen tragic cases of people going into delusions or even suicide at that. So that's the first one. The other is the AI's effect on human agency, our freedom of action, because we know that AI can be used and has been used by social media companies to manipulate our action. In general, the world of labor is being affected by work. And that's a sphere of action where people can have work automated, they can be de-skilled. So many problems can arise in that sphere. So one of that group's latest kind of publications has been reclaiming human agency in the age of AI. So thinking about how do we design AI so it helps people to work better, to have more freedom, to help do their tasks better, rather than have them reduce their agency, limit their freedom.
Now, AI is a growing technology. Notre Dame has a unique voice when it comes to technology with the intersection of faith and ethics as well. So I want to hear from you. What does that mean to you, and what role do you think the university can play when it comes to global conversations about faith, AI, technology, et cetera?
I think Notre Dame is in a unique position to address the rising problems of AI. Notre Dame has the riches of the Catholic tradition, but it also is a leading research university. So being able to combine those two elements in a rather unparalleled way makes it an important spot. And so already I'm involved in lots of collaborations around campus on these issues. I teach classes in the Department of Theology to undergraduates and graduates about AI ethics. Working with the Notre Dame IBM Tech Ethics Lab, I get to collaborate with computer scientists, with industry, to think through how do we deploy AI well. And also other areas like the Nicholas Center for Ethics and Culture is looking at culture, the law school is looking at the law. So I think we have a lot of people who are very eager and engaged to think about the Catholic tradition in relation to AI. And the rest of the world is really looking to the church in many ways for guidance about what is its effect in the world.
So let's talk a little bit about that. As this technology continues to evolve, what gives you hope that we could use AI in a meaningful way, a way that supports human dignity and, again, the common good?
Well, one of the things that gives me hope is how many people in the industry, in academia, are really struggling with these ethics questions right now. We're not in the same space we were with social media, where it hit us and we weren't really ready for what might come. We know that there are issues that come, so we can actually address it beforehand. So we also see the real power AI has to make human life better. So Google's DeepMind team won the Nobel Prize a couple of years ago for AlphaFold, which is this technology that's revolutionizing medical research because it allows you to predict protein structures and thus derive new drugs much more easily. So, I mean, these kinds of applications show the power of this technology for good.
All right. Well, Paul, I can't thank you enough for joining us this morning and sharing your insight with us as well and the important work that's being done in this field. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Let's check in with Caroline Clapp. She's at the Cost Corner. Caroline, how about it?
Thank you so much, John Paul. I'm here with Luke Gesso, and he is a freshman here at the University of Notre Dame. He is part of the Urban Poverty Business Initiative, a very fancy title there, but tell us for people watching what that means, and thanks for being here, Luke.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me. Basically, the Urban Poverty Business Initiative is a global network of 59 cities, and our main goal is to alleviate poverty through social entrepreneurship. So what we do is we give entrepreneurs the tools that they need to start their own businesses and lift themselves out of poverty.
That's an incredible mission. What motivated you to join that?
Yeah, so I was an intern at a Catholic food pantry back in my hometown of Pittsburgh, and seeing the struggles of people there really made me want to give back whenever I was at Notre Dame, and got lucky with a couple conversations and got pulled in to be a research assistant, and I haven't looked back since. So it's been really fun and really fulfilling to do the work of the McKenna Center and of the Urban Poverty Business Initiative.
That's great, Luke. And you're studying finance. How has being a part of this organization on campus helped you, do you think, as you're preparing to enter the finance field in a few years?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. This is through the Keough School of Global Affairs, so it's not a Mendoza activity, even though I am in the School of Business. So trying to get a unique perspective on business from that viewpoint has been really interesting. And as I want to try and venture into career in consulting, I just really want to draw on that unique perspective and see what I can bring to the future job that I hopefully have.
Absolutely. Okay, let's take a look at the board here. $1,370 raised so far in just 12 gifts. So thank you for your generosity. If you want to contribute, you can donate right now. Let's get those numbers up. And as we've been talking about all day with Notre Dame, no gift is insignificant. So even if you're just going to give $10, you're helping students like Luke get to enrich their education. And I'm sure there's been other upperclassmen that have been mentors to you as well, Luke.
Oh, of course, yeah. As a research assistant, I am the youngest one of the bunch, so definitely get to work with a lot of seniors, a lot of master students doing this this type of research, and seeing where they're headed after college and the careers that they're pursuing really is informing me about what I should look for in the job that I want, and trying to recruit for, a job down the line, what that should look for. So, yeah.
Well, soak up the rest of your time here at Notre Dame. I know, as they say, it goes by quickly. Thank you so much, Luke.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at what makes Notre Dame Day so special.
Notre Dame Day is an annual reminder for me to look back and remember all of the fond memories I had on campus.
As president of my residence hall, I really saw the impact that Notre Dame Day and all of its donors have on student life.
It's incredible for me to be able to now give back as an alum to these causes that I was a part of as a student.
It gives me a direct line to students who are in the place that I was when I was a student on campus many years ago. So it helps me to see how the programs that I loved and committed myself to as a student have grown and shaped others.
I just think it's so important to continue to invest in the kids that are here and to give them the same opportunities that, we had as students.
The university isn't one thing, it's so many different things.
I encourage other alumni to look back at their time at Notre Dame and to really reflect on what was meaningful to them. Small donations go a long way.
Whether you paid your entire tuition here or you were scholarshiped or some sort of a mix, as most of us were, you were here walking on these grounds because someone believed that the future was worth investing in.
Man, I'm just so hungry, bro.
Dude, so am I. Did you guys hear?
Hear what?
It's back.
What's back?
Can't you smell it?
It's back. It's back?
It's back.
It's back!
Dog pizza is back and better than ever. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've been able to bring back this delicious Alumni Hall staple and reinvent a tradition.
Sharing great dog pizza.
With even better dogs.
Thank you for your generosity. And remember,
Go Irish!
Great, now I want pizza. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day, everyone. I'm Tricia Sloma, and we are now joined by Connor Casey, Lindsay Worth, and Professor Martin Barron from Notre Dame's Sports Analytics Club. This is a group where students take their love of sports and then combine it with data, coding, and real-world analysis, even working directly with Notre Dame varsity teams to help improve performance and strategy. It's where sports meet science in a really exciting and cool way. So thank you all for being here. I am so intrigued by all of this. So let's get right to it. Connor, I'm going to start with you. For people who are watching and they love sports, but they don't know much about analytics, what exactly is sports analytics? What do you do here?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, thank you for having us. So sports analytics fundamentally is utilizing data and math to inform decisions. So if you think about Moneyball, that story of the Oakland A's,
right?
Looking at like undervalued statistics such as on-base percentage to inform who they were going to field to try to compete with those big teams like the Yankees. And that's kind of just a small piece of what we do as a club. Our signature component is sports analytics, where we offer students the opportunity to work with 12 teams here on campus. This is real work they're doing with real deadlines to meet. It's not like a classroom operation. We also have industry partnerships with the likes of USA Flag Football. So we're working with them currently as they prepare for the Olympics. And then on the other end of the club, it's just kind of a general sports club. We bring in guest speakers from throughout the sports industry, whether you're a scout, data scientist, president of an MLS team, you name it. So it's a super cool way for students to dip their toes into the world of sports. And at the same time, we just advertise as many opportunities as we can, because the goal throughout everything we do is to make Notre Dame the target sports school for employers nationwide.
Yeah, and you're helping the teams too. So Lindsay, one of the coolest parts of the club is that students are actually working with Notre Dame varsity players and coaches, helping with performance analysis. Explain that and how important that has become to the success of Irish teams.
Yeah, of course. Like Connor mentioned, we have 12 varsity teams that we're working with. So currently one of our really cool projects is with baseball. So we're working with the baseball team. We're making pregame, postgame reports, scouting reports. So that's more in season, and out of season, we're doing like coaching requests. So using MLB data, public data, and creating anything that they want so that we can help improve their performance.
Oh, that's got to be so fun. But here's the thing. You can't just be a fan and join this club, right? You have to be in the know of what you're looking for. Okay, so professor time. We got to ask you, you're using all the cool tools.
Yes.
Things like, okay, now I'm going to act like I know what I'm talking about here. Python, R, and Tableau. How did I do?
Great.
Perfect.
Okay, well, these are really advanced programs, but how do people get involved if they're new to coding, if they're new to analytics?
So this is one of the brilliant parts of the club, in my experience, is we will have students who will join in their first week of freshman year. And they'll come in, they'll be brilliant, of course, because they're Notre Dame students.
Right.
But they won't have the experience with these. But they can get involved, they can participate in the scouting reports, the interpretation of the data right away, and we build them in that way. And then one of the great parts of the club has been the mentorship that happens outside the classroom. So team leads will bring their members along over the years, and that's always happened informally. And now we've actually have a series of student-run tutorials that take place over the year to teach them the key skills, which they'll then use later in their classes.
How many kids do you have in this club?
There's about 600 on our email list, which obviously we're not getting all 600, but the goal is just we're exposing students to opportunities in sports and doing so.
Well, yeah. Okay, so Professor Barron, what makes sports analytics such a valuable learning experience? Because I got to imagine this is giving these kids a much wider view of sports at Notre Dame. They're learning about sports that they may have never been cheering for or been interested in before, and now they suddenly are.
Suddenly, so that's one of the great components of it. The natural interest in sports is there, and then of course we all want Notre Dame to win, regardless of what sport it is. So they're able to work on something they're passionate about, develop their skills, and then whether they go into sports analytics as a career or they go into consulting, some other STEM degree area, the skills are the same.
Yeah.
So what they have learned throughout their time working with the club really is transferable everywhere. And then a key component is the communication, right? How do we communicate our results of our analytics to people, which is invaluable in business? And they get experience doing that with the teams, or say the performance department here led by John Waggle, who's brilliant as well. So he builds in, we deal with him as a club. So they get phenomenal experience all around that sets them up for success really of any area they want to work in.
Well, give me an example or two of how you've helped. What's something that you have personally been maybe invested in, your mind and your heart, that you said, hey, I made a difference?
Oh, yeah. I think there's a couple. I guess I can start with our men's lacrosse analytics team. So in spring of 2023, probably May, we won the national championship. Obviously. We did it again the next year. And a fun fact is that those 2 years were the first 2 years of our men's lacrosse analytics team as a club. And so we can't say correlation is causation. That's kind of what we're working towards, is that causation. Right? Our team did work well over the summer, going into games, individually tagging the data. So like super tedious, but they did the work, did the analytics, provided it to coaches, and we hope it made a difference.
And Lindsay, you're a sophomore. What are you hoping to follow this year?
Hopefully we're just keep trying to grow the club, we currently did our first ever sports analytics trek. So we visited the White Sox and the Cubs. We were able to talk to professionals. So it was really amazing. But we're hoping to do that this time in the fall and hoping in the spring to keep continuing. So we're just looking towards the future.
Good luck. Good luck to all of you. I mean, this is just another cool thing that's going on right here at the University of Notre Dame. So exciting to meet all of you. Best wishes and congratulations. You guys won the fundraising goal last night.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty cool. Speaking of the fundraising goals, we got to send things down to George. George at the Cause Corner. So let us know what's going on there.
Well, what's going on here is that we are talking about the Mendoza MBA Tech Club, and I'm joined by Sia. Now, Sia, your story is fascinating because you've been in the professional world, in the tech sector, and then you've come back to school, to Notre Dame, to work on your MBA. Tell me a little bit about this way of grooming young people for careers in tech.
Yeah, I love the technology industry. I was doing marketing at Google prior to coming to get my MBA. I did that for 4 years, and I was in San Francisco. And during my time in San Francisco, I met so many different people from various companies, whether that's startups or the large companies that you know of, your Metas, your Googles, your Amazons, and working in different functions, whether that's marketing, whether that's sales or engineers or product managers and so on. And I just noticed that the industry is so lucrative, it's so incredible. The reach that you have to impact everyday people and make their lives easier, whether that's organizing their information, creating products that they use every day, like their cell phones, is super important. And coming here to get my MBA, it's important with like Mendoza, Grow the Good in Business. We really want to make sure that we're being agents of change in every industry. And my club specifically is focused on the technology industry.
So let's talk specifically about the things that the Mendoza Club is able to do.
Yes. So currently Mendoza does sponsor students to go to careers. However, they only cover the conference fee. So flights and hotels are not covered, as well as food. And for people coming back to get their MBA, we're not working. This is a full-time program. So we want to make sure that for students who cannot afford to buy that flight or purchase that hotel room, we can cover those extra fees. We are also working on creating a career track, bringing students to a technology hub, whether that's Chicago or San Francisco or even Seattle, to have them visit these companies, make connections, and hopefully get those referrals, get those interviews, and secure those jobs.
That is Sia telling us that if you make a contribution and designate it for the Mendoza Tech Club, it's a good thing, right?
It's a very good thing, and you will be impacting so many lives.
And how optimistic are you about the future and the future of tech in particular?
Very optimistic. As everyone knows, you turn on the news and you hear AI, AI, AI. It's incredibly huge. And it's important because companies are hiring for roles within not just AI, but other APIs and things like that, and apps. And we want to make sure that our students are there, that they get in the door to be able to work on this, because we're at the turning point and the future's only ahead.
She's Sia. She's way smarter than this reporter, and it is the Mendoza Tech Club. Let's take a look now at some of the other great things that this Notre Dame Day is making possible.
Every day, 800 women die from pregnancy and childbirth complications. Of industrialized countries, the U.S. has the highest rate. Notre Dame professor Joyce Adams has shown we can drastically improve outcomes with more robust postpartum care and education, saving the lives of mothers and giving families a better chance to flourish. Fighting to improve maternal health.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Daniel Boateng, a Notre Dame soccer player, is the founder of Changing Lives GH, a nonprofit which funds uniforms, books, meals, and entrance fees for children in his home country, Ghana. Alongside two of his teammates, he's making education possible for those who cannot afford school. The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to educate children in Ghana.
Gary, Indiana, once a city with a thriving steel industry and a rich cultural history, has experienced significant economic decline over the years. With the help of Notre Dame School of Architecture's Housing and Community Regeneration Initiative, Gary is poised to rebuild its downtown and its reputation.
Fighting for community regeneration.
We are the Fighting Irish.
For those with glioblastoma, life expectancy is less than 2 years. Notre Dame professor Meenal Datta has taken the search for a cure to space. Microgravity allowed her to develop brain tumor models faster than ever before, speeding up treatment models and giving hope to glioblastoma patients. The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
fighting to cure brain cancer. We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm John Paul. This year, Notre Dame is celebrating 50 years of women's varsity athletics through Cheer Her Name, a tribute to the women who helped build that legacy and the leaders continuing to shape it today. Few people embody that story more fully than Missy Conboy, a former Notre Dame women's basketball captain and one of the most respected leaders in Irish athletics. Missy has spent nearly 4 decades serving student athletes and helping guide the department through tremendous growth and change. As she prepares to retire on June 30th, it's fast approaching, we are grateful to have her with us to reflect on that legacy of women's athletics at Notre Dame and where it goes from here. Missy, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get right to it. So the big question we want to know is when you hear the phrase cheer her name, what goes through your mind?
So it's an obvious reference to the greatest fight song in the land, the Notre Dame Victory March, and a nod to the Lady on the Dome. But also I've always thought about it as a rallying cry for supporting our women's athletics and our women's athletics teams. If you look back to 2022, we used that moniker when we did a celebration of 50 years of Title IX, and we presented honorary monograms to the women who had started the first clubs and programs at Notre Dame in the first 5 years of coeducation. And then we went back to it this year in 25-26. We decided that we wanted to use it again. We had our FIM department design a logo that I'm wearing here, and we wanted to use that as a way to celebrate 50 years of women's varsity athletics at Notre Dame. So my hope is that Cheer Her Name has staying power and that we continue to use it as we move forward in other celebrations for women's athletics.
Now, you've had experience as a student athlete and as a senior administrator. What feels different to you now compared to when you were a team captain on the team?
Well, just about everything. I would say the only things that are probably the same as when I was a student athlete is the value of the Notre Dame degree and also the incredible friendships that I made with my teammates that have, lasted until this day. What's different is practically everything else. When I began my athletic career at Notre Dame in 1978, I was on a team that was only in its second year of varsity status at the university. We were playing AIAW, that's Association of Intercollegiate Athletics for Women, Division III. We had no scholarships. We traveled everywhere by bus or by van. We stayed 4 to a room when we stayed in a hotel. We supplied our own shoes. It was a very different experience. And then suddenly in 1980, we were elevated to NCAA Division I when the NCAA started offering championships for women, in 1980. And so the next 2 years, we participated as a Division I program. And I have to say that my team still owns a record. We experienced the most lopsided loss in Notre Dame basketball history. We lost to the number 2 ranked South Carolina team 127-48. So I'm pretty sure that's a record that will never be broken. But it was just an incredibly different time than it is today. And today, our women's basketball team has gotten to 9 Final Fours and has won 2 national championships. They have a passionate group of followers that pack per cell for their games, and they are supported at a level both for coaching, for all their support services, for their travel at the same level as we support our men. And one of my favorite projects that I undertook as individual in charge of capital projects was renovating both the Purcell Pavilion, but also Rolf's Athletic Hall. And Rolf's Athletic Hall is the home to our men's and women's basketball practice teams. And the wonderful thing about that is I got to make sure that every element of that building was equitable for both our men's and women's sports.
Well, let's get right to one of our last questions here because this is a big day coming up for you here in just a few months, June 30th. You're retiring. As you get ready for this big moment, what is going through your mind and what can you impart on the next generation of leaders?
So I feel like Notre Dame has great leadership in place and an incredible staff. So I feel like I don't have much wisdom to impart to them. But what I would say is we're going through a very crazy time in college athletics right now, and everything is in a bit of flux. And I would say that Notre Dame at this time really needs to double down on what makes us different. And that's certainly our incredible degree. It's our Notre Dame family. It's the incredible alumni network that we have. And we need to make sure that our For Forever promise to our student athletes is both marketed during the recruiting process and then that we're able to deliver upon that when they graduate and become our alumni.
Well, good luck in retirement. Congratulations. And thanks so much for joining us here for Notre Dame Day today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's check in with Caroline Clapp for a look at what's going on down at the Cost Corner. Caroline.
Thank you so much, John Paul. Up next here on Notre Dame Day, we have a second-year law student. Mr. Declan Hurley is in the house. Declan, thank you for taking time out of your day to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
And Declan is a future lawyer. Pretty impressive stuff. Already has a potential job lined up in Washington, D.C. Declan, talk to us about the organization focused on law here at Notre Dame that you're a part of.
So I'm the editor-in-chief of the Notre Dame Journal of Law, Ethics, and Public Policy. We've been around since 1984. We produce pieces that analyze legal rules and regimes according to time-tested Judeo-Christian policies.
That is a mouthful, if I'm going to be honest. Let's break that down. What does that really mean for people at home?
So basically, we look at legal rules and analyze whether they're moral. We look at the moral substance of legal rules, which a lot of people don't do.
Okay, I'm following. Thank you for that explanation. Why do you think it's so important to focus on the morals there?
Yeah, because a lot of people, I think, completely divest morality in law and say that, it doesn't really matter what the moral substance of a legal rule is.
Are there any undergrad students a part of the group as well?
No, it's entirely law students. We have 67 law students between the 2L and 3L classes.
Okay. Do you feel like the school is preparing you well for your future as an attorney?
Incredibly well, thank you. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Let's take a look at the donations now. Over $1,000 raised, 17 gifts. Why should people at home, Declan, support this group?
So we basically are producing 3 print issues this coming school year, including one in conjunction with the United States Department of Justice on the Free Exercise Clause of the Constitution. So that's one. We're producing 3 issues. And then we have a bunch of student events. We just hosted a debate yesterday on the House of Lords in the United Kingdom. So all sorts of events, issues, and we're doing a lot of good work.
And that's giving you real experience. So when you support this group right now, that donation is going to give students like Declan real experience before they enter their career as lawyers. Declan, what do you want to say to all the professors a part of Notre Dame Law that have helped prepare you so far?
Thank you for everything you've done for me and my fellow students. Yeah.
Wonderful. And best of luck with your future career as an attorney. Thank you so much, Declan. All right, we are going to take a look at some of the more amazing things that your gifts are helping power.
Hi, I'm Laura Whitlatch. And I'm Zora Rogers, and today we're doing Leprechauns on the Lawn. Today we are going around asking students what is their favorite thing about Notre Dame. Let's go. I'm here with
Jack and Luke.
Jack, what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
Good question. Everything. People, faith, school, friends, community, everything.
Absolutely. All right, Luke, what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
I would say the people, the strong community aspect, and just all my great friends, and always being able to run into someone great on campus.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm here with Noreen Dempsey.
Jackson Hammond.
And what is your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
My favorite thing about Notre Dame is the dorm community and how we all get together for events and we're like a big group.
I was actually also going to say the dorm community. I really love my hall and all the events, all the brotherhood. It's really fun.
I love it. That's my favorite thing too. All right, I'm here with
Aaron.
All right, Aaron, what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
I'd definitely say the people. The people make Notre Dame what it is. Very genuine, very special people, and very blessed.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, today I am here with
Davey.
Shelby. And what is your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
The people, the community.
That's beautiful. And you?
Just days like today. I'm Leslie.
And what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
My favorite thing about Notre Dame is, I know it's basic, but the people and how everybody makes me feel welcome in this community. So something that I'm going to miss and something that I love.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah. All right, I'm here with
Avery.
And?
Aiden.
All right, Avery, what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
I see multiple things.
Of course.
People, the gorgeous weather that we get finally this time of year, and Notre Dame television.
All right, Aiden, what's your favorite thing about Notre Dame?
Probably my friends and being able to go to some of those football games.
awesome. My favorite thing too. Thank you so much. Well, Lauren, I don't know about you, but I think the best thing about Notre Dame is the people. Oh yes, for sure. Thank you guys so much for watching, and make sure you keep donating to ND Day. Thanks for tuning in.
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day gift.
Hey, it's George Mallet. I'm standing here on the performance stage with members of the Pascarella East musical group, and it's just what it sounds like, folks. They do way cool musical theater. And let me introduce everybody. This is Charlotte and this is Gabriel, both New Englanders, and they both have got that desire to break a leg on stage. Tell me a little bit about how this company came together.
This company is actually the first musical theater group on campus. It came before the FTT program, and it began in 1999 with Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and ever since it has been going strong. And we do a musical in the fall, and we do a musical in the spring, and we end things off with what is called the PEMCO Review, where there is a collection of songs based off of a theme, based off what the director's choice. And one of our co-directors this year is actually Gabe, so yeah, which is really exciting. And it's been going really well.
When you're in a group like this, do you aspire to a career in musical theater?
That is an excellent question. I definitely feel like they're so inspiring, and everyone has their own career choices and everything like that. And so there's definitely a ton of people who have these big dreams, but it's also such a fun outlet with other people. Some people come from all these different majors. It's really open to everyone. So it's such a wonderful, wonderful, I guess, club and community as a whole.
And you all do an interesting mix of material. I was asking you about Rodgers and Hammerstein and Lerner and Lowe, but you also do some new stuff that people my age are less familiar with.
Yes, absolutely. We do shows from all over the place. A couple years ago, we did Guys and Dolls, as I mentioned with you, and this year we did Little Shop of Horrors and The Drowsy Chaperone, which are a little older, but not too old. And yes, it's so exciting just to be able to experience all these different decades worth of musicals.
All right, this reporter is going to exit stage right and tell the folks what you're going to perform now.
We will be performing Accident Waiting to Happen from The Drowsy Chaperone, which is the show that we did this spring, just a couple weeks ago. And we are reprising our roles as Janet Van de Graaff and Robert Martin.
Okay, yes. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
And then I looked into her eyes, her big, glamorous eyes. And that's how I knew it must be love.
And then what happened?
And then I said, there was a time I could stop on a dime. Forbearance was one of my talents. But since you've been around, I can't hold my ground. I'm consistently losing my balance. I'm an accident waiting to happen. I'm a mishap bound to ensue. I'm the toy on the stair, the three-legged chair, a hand that's been caught by a shoe. When my two lovesick arms started flapping, there was nothing my ankles could do. I'm an accident waiting to happen, so happy I happen to you.
And then what happened?
And then she joined in.
When men say I'm sweet and they fall at my feet, my heart doesn't beat any faster. But when you lose control, it touches my soul. So I'm bracing myself for disaster. You're an accident waiting to happen.
That's right.
A catastrophe destined to be.
That's me. On the rags in the cellar.
A broken umbrella.
A branch hanging loose from a tree.
I can see myself jumping and clapping for a man who lives dangerously. You're an accident waiting to happen. So hurry and happen to me.
You're an accident waiting to happen. So hurry and happen to
Fantastic. They are Charlotte and Gabriel. I'm their agent, and we're going to be getting them Actors Equities cards, right?
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
We'll get on that.
Thank you so much.
As we toss it back to Tricia and John up there at the desk.
Leave it to George to get in on the action. I see that. But, George, we are so jealous that you get a front row to all of these performances. And, folks, we've done it. We've come to an end of another hour of Notre Dame Day. This broadcast is so special. We've learned so much. We're only halfway through all of the content, though, that is prepared for you.
Yeah, we're just getting started, essentially. It is simply remarkable, too, Tricia, all the stories that we have brought you this past hour and, you know, even yesterday. And they're only a small fraction of all the impactful things that are happening here on this campus.
It gives you a lot of hope, and it fills your heart with joy, for sure. This hour alone, we've gotten insights on everything from athletics to the dining hall, academic strategy. I mean, I'm going to be paying closer attention now.
Yes.
And, of course, artificial intelligence, something I shouldn't be so scared of.
Right.
But we've learned from it.
And after talking with Paul, I'm a little more reassured.
Reassured, yeah.
Yeah, and coming up for you in the next hour, there is more in store for you, including an interview with Kate the Chemist and Notre Dame alum Olympian Jaden O'Brien.
How exciting. And don't forget, if you want to participate in all the fun, remember to make your gift to support a cause or causes that are important to you. Super easy. Just click the green Make a Gift button on the Notre Dame Day website, select your cause, and complete the giving process. Every single dollar makes an impact, and no gift is too small.
Next up, a few more stories about how your gifts make a difference.
Every day, 800 women die from pregnancy and childbirth complications. Of industrialized countries, the U.S. has the highest rate. Notre Dame professor Joyce Adams has shown we can drastically improve outcomes with more robust postpartum care and education, saving the lives of mothers and giving families a better chance to flourish. Fighting to improve maternal health.
We are the Fighting Irish.
When airborne viruses like bird flu sweep through farms and communities, detecting and then containing the virus can take time, which can lead Gary, Indiana, once a city with a thriving steel industry and a rich cultural history, has experienced significant economic decline over the years. With the help of Notre Dame School of Architecture's Housing and Community Regeneration Initiative, Gary is poised to rebuild its downtown and its reputation.
Fighting for community regeneration.
We are the Fighting Irish.
for those with glioblastoma, life expectancy is less than 2 years. Notre Dame professor Meenal Datta has taken the search for a cure to space. Microgravity allowed her to develop brain tumor models faster than ever before, speeding up treatment models and giving hope to glioblastoma patients. The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to cure brain cancer. We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2026 as our broadcast continues live from the Duncan Student Center on the campus of Our Ladies University. I'm Pete Byrne, proud member of the class of '99.
And I'm Paige Barnes. It's been a great morning so far with inspiring student stories, groundbreaking faculty research, and some incredible performances from our talented Notre Dame students.
Certainly has, and we are keeping that momentum going right here as we begin our 8th hour of our Notre Dame Day broadcast.
And if you are just joining us, Notre Dame Day is a global celebration of the people, programs, and passion that define this one-of-a-kind university.
It is also your chance to make a difference. Just visit notredameday.nd.edu and click the green Make a Gift button to support the causes, clubs, and communities that mean the most to you.
Every gift matters, and every gift allows Notre Dame to make a powerful impact across campus, in the community, and around the world.
All right. Coming up this hour, we will continue our dining hall showcase and highlight even more of the unique traditions that make Notre Dame special.
Plus, we'll welcome Kate the Chemist to talk about her work to bring science education to life.
Looking forward to that, as well as this. We'll be enjoying a piano performance from Notre Dame alumnus Tim O'Neill.
It's going to be a great hour that you won't want to miss.
That's right, but first, let's check in with Connor Montillo for an update on fundraising as we begin this noon hour on Notre Dame Day 2026.
Thank you so much, Pete and Paige. Great to have you here on the broadcast with us. Let's take a quick look at the numbers. Approaching 25,000 gifts here and $3 million raised. I think we can cross both of those this hour. That's a challenge. Let's see what we can make happen this hour for our causes, for our students, and for impacts in the community here. That showcase of what's up coming up this hour, the Southwest Salad, favorite thing at the dining hall that I would get when I was a student here. So I'm glad that that's still rocking and rolling. I'm going to go steal some if they let me in a little bit. And very exciting, Winter Olympian coming up as well. Lots of Olympics on the household this past February. We'd love to see that interview coming, and so many amazing and incredible winter sports too that you can donate to, whether they're varsity athletics programs, we've got hockey, or some of the club hockey or other, the ski and snowboard club was here earlier. So many incredible things. If you're inspired by the Olympics, so many of those same sports are happening here. You can make it possible for our students to engage in them here on campus at Notre Dame. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboards here and see where things are at. Not too much of a change at the top as we kind of anticipate here. The Arab Parsegian Medical Research Fund, again, helping those individuals with that disease. Unbelievable amount of support here. 1,200, almost 1,300 gifts. I think they'll get over that threshold this hour. And we see some great movement here as well from some of the other things. A personal plug for myself, I see Stanford Hall in the top 20, and I don't see Keenan Hall at all, which I love to see. So Stanford Hall, great job. Continue the fight there, Griffins. Everything else here, looking pretty good. Let's get those momentums. We've got 2 milestones we can cross in this hour. Let's make sure we have it happen. And for now, I'm going to send it back up to you, Pete. Thanks so much.
All right, Connor, thank you very much. Dr. Kate Bieberdorf is a chemist, an entertainer, and an educator who makes science come to life for students and audiences across the country. She now serves as Notre Dame's inaugural professor for the public understanding of science. So Kate joins me now. Kate, first and foremost, welcome to Notre Dame Day. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me. I love it here.
Well, we're going to enjoy this conversation here. For those of you who are hearing about this role for the first time, you have to tell me, what does it mean to be Notre Dame's professor for the public understanding of science?
It's a mouthful, I'll give you that. But essentially, I get to be an advocate for science. I get to train scientists how to talk about science. I get to try to connect our scientists with the community. And it's all just about bringing global visibility to the incredible work happening here on campus by our scientists.
Fantastic. All right, so when you think about your work here, what feels most urgent or most important for you right now when it comes to helping the public engage with science?
Well, right now, it's all about building building trust in scientists. And so if we can just become a trusted source, if we can help the community recognize red flags or, weird statistics, just teach people to have like a bell go off in their head if they see something that's a little odd, so that they can be an informed voter. They can do what's best for their family. And so it's all just about building up trust and honestly that bridge between the community and our scientists.
Yeah, so much fake stuff out there. You really do need to teach people to be able to identify. All right, so much of your career is about making science exciting, though, and approachable for people. So what have you found has been a key to helping people feel like science is for them?
Oh man, fire, explosions, liquid nitrogen, dry ice, anything where people can get their hands on the science. Because once you see it, if you see me set my hand on fire and I'm totally fine with it, your brain starts asking questions. And so I'm a person who believes that if you have a question, you are a scientist. So anything we can do to get people to ask those questions, invite them into our process of science, that is a massive win for me.
All right, so much of science people think is book work and lab work. How have you been able to help some of your colleagues here in the College of Science make their work more accessible to the public?
Well, I'm doing things called media training and science communication workshops. And so we're bringing faculty in, we are throwing questions at them and making them answer questions on the fly. We're teaching them basic media training tricks, but it's just all about teaching our scientists to get out of that jargon jungle, use vocabulary that is common to the everyday person. And again, invite people in. This is all about bringing the community into our space and showing the awesome research that is happening here on this campus right now, like right over there.
Do you find that you get good reception when you do that?
Oh yes, are you kidding? People love science, like everybody loves science. And so it's just about bringing that inner child out. And again, if we can use the fire and the liquid nitrogen to just bring people in, invite them into our space, and then increase the trust in the scientists and our Notre Dame community, that is a massive win. But please support us at the Global Science Engagement Fund. We are 80% of our way to our goal. We are so close. We're trying to go on tour, and so please help us. We want to do this so badly.
So you're doing all my work for me. This is great. No, it's excellent. It's clear that you're very passionate about this. I'm going to go off script a little bit here. What's something you've done recently that's been very visual and interactive that you've really enjoyed, that people have found entertaining?
Ooh, okay, well, I just went to D.C. for the National 4-H Conference, and so I got to go present this massive explosion. I actually hit the ceiling. I got food coloring all over the ceiling, but it's okay. They weren't mad. But it was all about bringing the next generation of scientists in, talking to them about the life skills that you learn when you're going through your science classes. So things like quantitative reasoning or critical thinking or safety, just wearing gloves and goggles when you do safety experiments. So it's all about just teaching these life skills and sharing our love for science with the community. And I think we did that in D.C.
I was going to say, I hope you have good health insurance.
I do.
Really quick, looking ahead, what do you hope this role makes possible here at Notre Dame that may not have happened otherwise without it?
It's honestly about the connections that I'm forming. And so it's neat is like, for example, Surya Dasgupta, he's a professor, has this incredible grant called RNA for All, but he needs to figure out how he can take RNA and bring it to the community. So he's asking me, do we have artists that can bring this alive? Do we have schools that we can take this project to? Do we have friends across the country that we can share our videos with? So it's all about forming these connections. And I'm loving that with this role, that's what I get to do. I get to talk about science all the time, teach the scientists how to talk about science, and then actually bring these communities together, and it is so fulfilling, and thank you, Notre Dame, for supporting it.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
You're doing great at it, and we're glad that you were here to talk about it with us. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Kate, for joining us here on Notre Dame Day. Now let's head down to Lauren Moss on our performance stage to learn more about one of our favorite menu options here on campus. Lauren?
Thanks so much, Pete. We are joined now by Jake Eigen here, manager sous chef over at South Dining Hall. Jake, thanks so much for being here. This is a big deal. This is not your average cafeteria or cafeteria food. People love the South Dining Hall's food. Tell me a little bit about some staples.
Yeah, sure. So we usually offer some curries, ramens. The students love to have any meats carved to order. And then every Tuesday and Thursday we have a very comprehensive salad. And then especially on Thursday, we have our Southwest salad.
Now, the Southwest salad is to die for, I've heard. We have a little bit of sample right here. You want to show us what goes into it?
Yeah, of course. So the important thing when you're making a salad is you don't want to have a lot of dressing, okay?
Right.
So right here, I have a cilantro lime dressing and then and a chipotle ranch dressing right here, okay? So what you want to do is you just want to put just a little bit, just to drizzle it in there.
Okay.
And then I have some pepper jack cheese, a little bit of peppers and onions and some corn and black bean. And then we got some tomatoes here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna toss it 6 or 7 times.
Okay.
Just to kind of keep it light, easy.
It already smells good.
And we don't wanna make it flat, because if you want a flat salad, it's not going to taste very great.
Right.
So, and then what I'll do is I'll just kind of toss it into here, just like that. And then I'm going to evenly distribute our crispy chicken here. Just like that.
So it's really quite simple, but it's the taste
Yes, exactly.
that keeps people coming.
And really,
right?
kind of what makes it is the dressing. And my secret is to get both dressings, personally.
Yeah.
So
you can't just have one.
exactly. And then just a little bit of tortilla strips, and then just kind of make it look pretty. Some extra stuff right on top, right? Add some
Beautiful.
color to it.
How many salads are you prepping a day? You go through a ton, is
Yeah,
that
so
right?
between both dining halls, we're doing about 3,000 salads. And then the chicken you see here, about 800 pounds or so.
We were talking, I mean, we know people who specifically have graduated. Maybe they don't even have a connection to Notre Dame, but they are trying to get into South Dining Hall to eat this food. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, so you got people, what is it like when you hear students coming out to enjoy your food?
Oh, it feels great. You know, and this salad itself attracts a lot of attention throughout campus. You have faculty and staff from other buildings coming out and enjoying the salad, taking time out of their day, and it's just so, I guess, awesome to feel that everybody wants to come join us for a nice lunch.
And this is all fresh. You're going to feel good after eating
Exactly,
something like this.
too.
You're not going to be super
So
full.
we have a nice finished salad.
Look at that.
Right here.
That is the
So-
secret right there.
So, yeah.
Now, you have a lot going on. Major renovations
Yes.
are happening. Talk
Yes.
to me a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, so the South Dining Hall is going to be celebrating its 100-year anniversary next year. It was first opened in 1927. It's going to be going under some comprehensive renovations. And we actually have some photos here.
Yeah, let's see.
So this one is from circa 1930s, and then we have one from circa 1915. So this was South when it first opened, and then you can see that it hasn't changed much on the outside. And that's kind of what they're trying to aim for, is that we want to make sure that the historical feel is still kind of in the air when you go to South Dining Hall.
Yeah, so what can people expect right now? Is there construction happening, or you could still easily get in and out,
Yeah, you
right?
can easily still get in there. Okay, no problem at all.
When is work expected to be done?
Next year it should be completely done.
Okay.
So we're going to kind of open the first phase this fall, and then we're going to be completely open in 2027, sorry.
Wow, okay, so this is a big deal.
Yeah.
Jake, listen, keep up the great work. We appreciate you being here today, showing us some of the secrets going on at South Dining Hall. Before we go, we want to take a look at the ways Notre Dame is making an impact all across campus.
I kind of want to go into this because one of the main goals of entertainment is to make people happy. That is something that I'm really passionate about. I want to be able to make people happy.
The Themed Entertainment Association of Notre Dame allows students to nurture the creative spark as they prepare to enter an industry that is built on imagination.
The themed entertainment industry encompasses a wide variety of events, from theme parks, museums, zoos, aquariums, escape rooms. Anything that you can add a story to falls underneath themed entertainment.
Sharing common goals and a unique spirit, these students unite for encouragement and collaboration. Together, they sharpen their skills, seek opportunity, and challenge each other to create increasingly unique and entertaining events that engage, entertain, and inspire the community at large.
It allows a different form of telling stories. It allows people to be more at the center of the story, interact with the story, be immersed in this story. As an engineering student, I want to be able to have the challenge to integrate storytelling into engineering. It is creating something that people will have an emotional response to.
Notre Dame Day is vital to all that we do and makes our annual LEGO Kingdom event both possible and free for all. From 8 a.m. to midnight in the Duncan Student Center, we welcome participants of all ages to build a LEGO theme park, giving kids a memorable experience and encouraging adults to unleash their inner child.
Thank you for helping our creative spark ignite a career.
Thank you for your continued generosity on Notre Dame Day and beyond.
So the partnership started with a doorbell ringing. We asked who was at the door, and they announced they were from Notre Dame and the Program for Inclusive Education. They worked hard to get to know our teachers and what their needs were. And so we worked for the next 2 years to give them the tools to meet the needs of our children here.
Since 1993, Notre Dame has formed more than 2,000 Catholic educators through its Alliance for Catholic Education, better known as ACE. Among a myriad of programs offered through ACE, the Program for Inclusive Education stands out as a critical resource for educators seeking to better serve students with learning differences.
It is our mission to reach out to the local schools, to our neighbors, to provide the kind of support so that every child has a seat at the table.
The partnership with Notre Dame and the Program for Inclusive Education and St. Jude School has been transformational for not just our students, but our teachers and our parents and staff.
Gifts to ACE on Notre Dame Day help programs like the Program for Inclusive Education grow into true forces for good in South Bend and beyond.
Thank you for advancing Catholic education's mission of inclusion.
Thank you for helping St. Jude welcome, serve, and celebrate all students inclusively.
Welcome to Notre Dame Day 2026. We're joined now by Julio Cruz, Program Director for Equal Access and Belonging at Notre Dame, and the university's main liaison to employee resource groups. These groups are a big part of what makes Notre Dame such a special place to work, even earning recognition in Forbes magazine as America's #1 large employer. Julio, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Paige.
So starting off simple, what exactly is an employee resource group, and how would you explain it to someone who's never heard of it?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. Employee resource groups is a community where people, faculty and staff at the University of Notre Dame come together to create community, to connect, to grow, to advocate for each other, and ultimately to really foster what we call at the University of Notre Dame, like that beloved community, right? So it is a way for us to just create that space for them to just come together and truly put culture to life.
I think you put it aptly, beloved.
Yeah.
Beloved community. Also, Notre Dame has been recognized as one of the top workplaces in the country, so congrats. What role do ergs play in creating that kind of environment?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And I mean, just being part of the university, the university has a lot of different things happening every single day. Being recognized as a #1 employer of choice, beating other big institutions is a huge compliment. Across different departments and divisions, they are very intentional about making sure that faculty and staff truly come together and create those opportunities for them to connect and just create that community. ERGs are just a different component, right, that adds to that already happening amazing culture at Notre Dame. So to summarize that, I think that the way that the ERGs contributed is a way for ERGs that just help the university find those avenues for us to say, hey, this is how actually the culture comes to life at Notre Dame, right? It is a way for them to, like I said earlier, to create community, to find those places where they feel, as we like to call it, seen, value, and connected with other individuals, right? We are human beings wired to be connected to others, right? And I think that when you truly find a home at the university where you feel 100% that you belong, right? It truly contributes to that, right? Idea that helps us contribute to the overall recognition that we just recently had.
Yeah. Seen, valued, and connected. Seen, valued, connected. These groups are employee-led and built around shared experiences or interests. So what are some examples of ERGs at Notre Dame, and what kinds of communities do they create?
Yeah, thank you. So at the University of Notre Dame, we have 10 different ERGs. And all of them are built around whether it is a cultural interest in general, whether it is an affinity group and all that, right? So many of the events or things that happen out of the ERGs are built around well-being, faith, personal and professional growth, and ultimately community impact, not just inside the university, but outside the university. We have a lot of talent at the university, whether it is a faculty, like we just saw many of the other individuals happening right before me, Kate the Chemist. Yeah. And we also have another individuals here at the university who help create the landscape of this university be one of the best universities in the country, right? So all of those staff members also, are come together through the ERGs and foster that, once again, called beloved community. So many of those events that happen are generated because of the input and intentionality that happens to the programming that many of these ERGs create through those different pillars that we call them.
ERGs aren't just social, they also support professional growth and development. How do they help employees grow in their careers and feel more connected on campus?
It's interesting because ERGs were formed as a community for them to come together and connect. But in addition to that, it also allows individuals to step into different leadership roles, for them to lead an initiative, for them to connect with other leaders across the university that perhaps not being involved in ERGs could have not had an opportunity to do so. So the way that ERGs are positioned at the university allows individuals to say, hey, I just want to be part of the group just because I just want to learn about what you guys do. And once they get more involved into it, right, they realize that growth opportunities happen on a daily basis by just simply being like, hey, I'm going to be in charge of running the point of contact of organizing and reserving a spot, right? So everything that ERGs do promote and incentivizing individuals to say, hey, I've never done this before, right? So it is a way for us to truly become those leadership incubators, right, that I like to call them, because there's small tasks that many people have not done before, and many times they're like, oh my God, this was not that really hard. And as they continue to do that, it just becomes easier and easier, right? So everything that they do through the ERGs resonates and translates into what they do even on their day-to-day work, right? They can say, hey, I just had this experience. So ERGs truly just not only promote this idea that we are creating a beloved community, but it's also fostering for many of the ERG leaders and chairs and committee members an opportunity for them to truly dive into to truly execute on the skills that they probably desire, right?
Yeah. And one last question, from your perspective, what have been one of the most meaningful impacts that you have seen from an ERG?
Oh my God.
I know it's hard.
I can go into a lot, but I think more than anything, I think it will be two things. People who have been involved in ERGs have found their voice and have found a community where they truly feel they belong.
I love that. Well, Julio, thank you so much for joining us and sharing how these groups are helping build community and connection across campus. Now let's send things over to John Paul to learn more about another important Notre Dame cause.
All right, Paige, thank you again. I'm John Paul here in the Cause Corner. I'm joined by representatives from the Global Center for the Development of the Whole Child. Jose and Ashley are here with me this afternoon. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Let's get right to it. Let's talk a little bit about the impact that you are having on our community and the good that you all are doing. Jose, start us off. Tell us a little bit about what you all do.
Yeah, for sure. So I currently serve as a post-bac research associate for the Global Center of the Development of the Whole Child. So what the Global Center does, it kind of like works to align the three systems, the three most critical systems of a child's life, which are the school, the home, and the church, to kind of break the cycle of poverty. So we're trying to implement that here in South Bend at St. Adalbert's by trying to help parents kind of learn of how they can help their child be ready for school prior to them starting, since we kind of see that the achievement gaps start at the first 1,000 years of life. So we want to really help the parents like learn about early childhood development so they can also learn through simple activities how they can help their child learn prior to them starting kindergarten per se.
Okay, so Ashley, tell us a little bit about how all of this works. How many people are part of the organization, and a little bit more on the good you all are doing.
Yeah, so there's several people that are involved on our team, about 4 main people that work with St. Adalbert's, but we do work across Haiti and India as well. And as Jose said, we're working to align the 3 most critical systems of a child's life. So here we're working specifically with St. Adalbert's in South Bend to support the families and help provide them with the resources they need. So I actually took a course last semester with the director, and one of the main takeaways I had is that within the first 1,000 days of a child's life, you build over 1 million neural connections per second. So when you introduce poverty into that, you're breaking that development at such a young age. That's so critical. So at this point, we're trying to provide the training materials, the evidence-based activities that these children need, and helping introduce parents to them so that it's easy to navigate throughout their daily life, and it's something that they can do every day that's very accessible at that point, because the poverty rate within St. Adalbert specifically is almost double the state average. So in terms of that, we're also trying to battle that while also providing them with the resources they need at such a critical period in their child's life.
All right, the last and most critical part in all of this, let's talk about the importance of donations. People need to give. How does that, and I got less than 30 seconds, how does the giving help you continue to serve the community?
Yeah, so we're trying to create these like extensive activity kits that we can provide to parents so that they can use at home. Also, these workshops are like kind of like 6, 7 p.m. on the evening, so we want to provide dinner and food for the families and the children as well so that parents and families feel more motivated to come in and participate.
Jose, Ashley, thanks so much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it. You can make a gift right now to support the cause here at notredameday.nd.edu. Now, let's take a look for you at how Notre Dame Day makes an impact across campus.
Character, culture, community. Notre Dame lacrosse embodies the golden standard of Our Lady's University. On the field, they execute, they are disciplined, they are champions. But it's off the field where the team makes its biggest impact.
Our work doesn't just stay within the walls of this locker room. Our work extends beyond that out into the community, and whether that's helping people through the Boys and Girls Club or through Fighting Irish Fight for Life, or the various things that we do. We do whatever we can to kind of help the community and extend it beyond the walls of our lotto.
Every year, the Notre Dame lacrosse team commits themselves to serving the common good by giving back to their community.
It's a chance for us to do a good thing for somebody else who is less fortunate than us, and to really take something from it and learn a lot about ourselves that we might not have been given the chance to learn.
For 5 decades, the Boys and Girls Club of St. Joseph County has been a place for kids to grow, to learn, and to realize their full potential. Sharing the club's mission to positively impact the community, Notre Dame men's lacrosse regularly volunteers their time and talent to help better serve the boys and girls of Michiana.
There's a kid at the Boys and Girls Club called Jaden. Every time I went over there, he was kind of the kid I stuck by. He was just a quiet kid, loved sports, and kind of stuck to himself, and I kind of attached onto him, and he's been in my locker ever since we drew a picture together, so that was pretty cool.
With your support on Notre Dame Day, we're able to collectively be a force for good in our community, advancing the university mission and living up to our 3 pillars.
Thank you for fueling our service.
Thank you for empowering us to be champions in our community.
I was 7 years old when my father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
Every year, a cancer diagnosis upends reality for millions of families. For the children who witness these battles and their fallout, the world can seem a lonely place.
I'm not really understanding kind of fully the gravity of the situation.
Camp Kessum, Notre Dame is one of over 120 collegiate chapters of Kessum National, a nonprofit committed to ensuring no child faces this struggle alone. Here, Notre Dame answers her founder's call to be a force for good every summer, giving over 80 campers between the ages of 6 and 18 the chance to just be kids again.
For a week, these kids are not their parents' diagnosis. They are just kids. They get to have a silly name. They're in a silly unit. They're singing their favorite songs, playing their favorite game, swimming in the lake. They don't have to worry about something that has changed their life forever.
Whether providing a cost-free week of camp or year-round support through resources and engagement, Camp Kessum Notre Dame is successfully run by students dedicated to being the fundraisers, counselors, and friends these children deserve.
As a counselor at Camp Kessum, I have learned what true strength and bravery looks like.
I've learned that it's most important to share your struggles with everybody. Having a very strong support network makes everything that you're going through much easier.
I think about the kids I've met through Camp Kessum and how they can be so kind, so compassionate, so empathetic after all they've been through. It just puts everything in perspective. It's what keeps me going. It's what inspires me on a day-to-day basis.
Thanks to your generosity on Notre Dame Day, we're able to cover nearly half of our costs, including the annual cost to rent our campground.
Thanks to you, we're able to keep going and keep the Camp Kessum experience magic.
Thank you for your continued support and helping us be a child's friend through and beyond their parents' cancer.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. We are joined now by Brandon Moore, who is an MBA student at Notre Dame, and also the president of the Black Graduates in Management Club, also known as BGM. The club works to elevate the voices, talent, and experiences of Black graduate business students while building community, supporting professional growth, and creating spaces for connection across campus. Brandon joins me now. Thank you so much for being here on Notre Dame Day, Brandon. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. For those who may not be familiar, tell me, first of all, what is the Black Graduates in Management Club, and what does it mean to you to be part of that community here at Notre Dame?
Yes, so BGM, which is Black Graduates in Management Club at Notre Dame, is the Black Grad Club within the Mendoza School of Business, which is located within the Stair Center. And to me, it's just been a really beautiful thing to be a part of a community that really has a great foundation for one, and second, has given us the platform to excel in many different forms.
Now, BGM, of course, is all about building support and connection from the moment students arrive here all the way through when they graduate. What does that support actually look like when you put it into practice, at least from your experience?
It shows up in many different forms. So everything from coaching when it comes to interviews, class support, assignment support, along with showing up outside of the classroom. So making sure we're building community and really focusing on the different aspects of Grow the Good in Business within the Mendoza College of Business.
Now, of course, at the graduate level, not surprisingly, your club is going to focus a lot on professional development and preparing your members for success after their time here at Notre Dame. So tell me, what are some of the opportunities or experiences that you think really stand out with BGM?
Yes, there's been a few this year. So first, we had a Irish Compass workshop with the program manager, Juliana Newbill, which is great to learn about that platform. Second, we had a guest speaker, Carol D. Anderson, which is a graduate of the class of 2000 from the MBA program, who talked about essentially putting your best foot forward and elevating your career. And then another thing that we did, which was really nice, was an AI workshop in Chicago for our club members and just general students, focusing on honestly just the AI revolution, and then also that took place at Soho House, Chicago.
Now, I know you guys also collaborate with other clubs and groups across campus. How's that been like, and how does that how has that maybe impacted you in ways you might not have expected?
The biggest thing is that it really helps broaden your audience. So we actually had an event last week, another one with Carol D. Anderson, and we partnered with 5 different undergrad clubs to really dive into how you can show up your best in the corporate environment while also being professional. And then outside of that, we also dive into various activities, including a mentorship with B-Band, which is the Undergraduate Black Business Club.
Obviously, you get a chance to delve into what those people are doing and get a feel for what it's like on their side of the coin. It's interesting. So on Notre Dame Day, why does support for BGM matter, and how does it help you continue to build the kind of community and support, not only for your current group, but for the future students here at Notre Dame? That's what this is about.
Exactly. We want future students to really know that when you come to Notre Dame, you have a beautiful environment for you, and that the sky truly is the limit. So some of the things that we really are able to accomplish come directly from the support of our amazing alumni network. So by doing all these different supporting activities, we really help create new career tracks along with guest speakers, and even to just having great just food events to really just build more relationship amongst the students.
And proof that it works, he's going to graduate in a few weeks. You're all set with your job and ready to make your career.
I am. So I'll be going to CBRE, working with their corporate accounts.
All right. Well, congratulations. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Brandon, thank you for sharing your story here with us and for the impact that you're making in the Mendoza community at Notre Dame. And now let's head over to our friend John Paul at our Cause Corner to learn about another group that needs your support this Notre Dame Day. John?
Hey there, Pete. I am here with Megan and Taryn from Howard Hall, and they are here to talk with me about some major changes coming to Howard Hall this fall. Ladies, thanks so much for being here. Let's get right to it. Megan, you guys are going to be making a move.
Yes, so earlier this year, Res Life announced to Howard Hall that starting in the fall, we are going to be moving to the brand new Grosjean Hall. And this means huge changes for us. Howard is one of the smallest dorms on campus. We have about 150 residents, and now we're going to be moving to a dorm where we have about 275 residents.
So this is going to be a major change. I know a big concern would be some of the traditions with such a smaller group. There's going to be some changes, but a lot of the traditions will be sticking around.
Exactly. So we're going to try to maintain our family reunion trip to Lake Michigan. So all the residents will get to go free of charge to see the beach and see the lake. And then we're also going to add another trip to the aquarium because our new mascot is going to be the penguins. And our residents will get to meet the penguins and interact in that way.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about what this could possibly mean for giving. Obviously, you all are here. You have a lot of alums that give to Howard Hall each year. So what does that mean from a giving perspective?
Yeah, so since we're moving to a new hall, that means we will be losing the alumni that we normally have for Howard Hall, as Grosjean doesn't have any alumni yet. And we think the best way to maintain what we love most about the Howard community, which is the tight-knit, family-like feel, is to have a lot of family bonding events, and for that we need funds from ND Day.
Tell me a little bit about how that funding really makes a difference.
Yeah, so that funding allows us to make those trips and to have different community bonding events. So that means new signature events that we're working on right now, those trips that I talked about, and just different little like food events for girls to get to know each other and keep that small feel.
Yeah, that community is so important, just hearing from you. Tell me your grade levels here.
We're both sophomores.
Great. Ladies, thanks so much for your time. And again, good luck with the move this fall and your new community. Thank you again. And you can make that gift now to support Howard Hall at notredameday.nd.edu.
Traditional Mexican music, I think, is hard to really dip your toes into unless you're smack dab in the middle of it. But Mariachi indeed brings that ability, that chance for everyone to connect with it here on the campus. It's been a great chance to not only experience and understand it more myself, but to also bring that to other people who've never been around it, maybe.
I would have never thought that Notre Dame had a mariachi club.
Mariachi ND is incredibly important, especially at Notre Dame, as a way for people to express their culture. For those with Mexican heritage or that want to get involved in that culture, it is a beautiful way to, see the life and the joy of that.
A lot of us are really far from home in a very different environment. Mariachi is a chance for me to kind of bring my culture here. There's so many people here on campus who maybe mariachi wasn't the biggest thing for them growing up, but now they understand the relevance of it, how important, how fun it can be.
I started off just as a member, and now I'm the co-president, and so it's really great to just see the growth.
The effort that we have put into it in recent years has really just skyrocketed the popularity of it on campus. Having the ND Day funds has been so important for us to be able to welcome everybody who wants to come in, to be able to say, yes, you can play this instrument. Yes, we have that size traje for you. Yes, we can get these bows, we can get these shirts, like no barrier to entry. Really just be a welcoming, open-armed group.
You get to meet awesome people, you get to express your culture, and you get to play music. What's not to like about that? Thank you to the Notre Dame Day community
for allowing us the funds and the resources to be able to welcome everybody on campus, to provide a space for people on campus, and to bring the tradition of mariachi Mexican music to the greater Notre Dame campus and South Bend area.
The joy of climbing is that failure is inevitable. At some point, everybody gets stuck. Everybody slips. Everybody falls.
I would say rock climbing is almost mostly failure. I think part of the fun of the sport is getting on a route and projecting it and working on it maybe 10, 15, 50 times until you get it right. And that acceptance of failure and perseverance through it and the success that you feel at the end when you finally send the route is probably one of the best parts of climbing.
The Notre Dame Climbing Club is a community of students dedicated to this process, to improving themselves in mind, body, and spirit. Together, climbers of all skill levels create an encouraging environment, sharing wisdom and pushing each other past comfort zones. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, the Climbing Club was able to travel to Kentucky's world-renowned destination for rock climbing, Red River Gorge. The beauty, the challenge, the camaraderie, every facet of the trip enriched students' lives, and none of it, however, would be possible without the most up-to-date gear. Proper ropes, harnesses, helmets, and a litany of other devices are essential to climbing success.
Thank you for giving us the tools that we need to safely push ourselves.
Thank you for your continued support of our climbing family.
1, 2, 3, Irish!
Welcome back. One of the special parts of Notre Dame Day is the chance to celebrate alumni who are doing extraordinary things on the world stage. Our next story features Notre Dame alum and Olympian Jaden O'Brien, who took an unexpected path from track and field to the Winter Games.
Hi, Jaden. Welcome to Notre Dame Day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here.
Now, you're an Olympian. When you say that out loud, how does that make you feel?
I mean, I'm kind of shocked in a way. Like, it still blows my mind. I'm still filled with so much excitement, so much awe, just gratitude also. There's a lot of emotions that fill me when I hear that, I'm an Olympian. Like, what?
That is incredible and an amazing feat. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Your journey to the 2026 Winter Games actually started with an Instagram DM. Can you walk us through how that message took you from track to bobsled?
Yeah, so about 2 years ago now, Alana Myers-Taylor, who was my pilot, so the person driving the bobsled in the Olympics, she DM'd me and was like, "Hey Jaden, I've been following your track career. Would love to have you try out for the bobsled team. Let me know if you're interested." And at that point, I was very much like focused on track and was like, what even is bobsled? So I just ignored it and just that was it. I just really didn't think much of it until last year during my last indoor season. She reached out again and was like, "Hey Jaden, just following up, like let me know if you're interested. We'd love to have you try out." And I responded, yeah, send me more information, and didn't think a whole lot of it until towards the end of my track season. And by the end of the season, when I finished my last meet, I was like, you know what? I do need a break from track. It's been a very long season. Bobsled sounds like something really fun I should try. And so that's kind of how everything began. 2 weeks after I finished my last track meet, I flew out to Lake Placid, tried out for the team, and somehow made it.
Wow, that is incredible. What would you say was the biggest challenge in going from track and field to bobsled? And how did your time at Notre Dame prepare you to make that leap?
Yeah, so a big difference was obviously I was doing a completely different sport. It's something that I've never done ever, and I had to do it at a high level in a very short amount of time. So that was very challenging. In addition, I kind of found that bobsled, while there are some similarities to track, being that you need to have a lot of power, you need to be strong and have a lot of speed. Besides that, bobsled training kind of contradicts track training in some ways. And what I mean by that is in track, we won't, especially sprinters and heptathletes, we won't run on concrete because you don't want to get shin splints. And when it's cold outside, you'll run inside because if you're sprinting in cold weather, odds are you're going to tear something, or pull a muscle. It's very different in bobsled. You will be running on concrete. You will be training outside in the cold. It is very gritty. And, you have to do everything yourself. You don't really have a coach there to like lift your equipment for you. Like, sure, they can help, but it's more on you to get things done. So that was really interesting. And I actually really enjoyed it, how physically demanding it was and how challenging it was.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's so interesting that you kind of have to reverse engineer all the training and mindset you have. And it's so incredible that you can excel at two very different sports, but interesting to see where they overlap.
Yeah, for sure.
So this year, Notre Dame is celebrating 50 years of women varsity athletics. What does it mean to you to be a part of that legacy?
I mean, Notre Dame's legacy stands alone, in my opinion. And someone told me I'm the first female Winter Olympian in Notre Dame history, and I was like, "What?" So, that in of itself is a huge honor. And so to be able to wear the Notre Dame badge and say that I was a part of such an impressive legacy in sports, it's incredible, and I'm so proud to be able to say that I'm part of that.
Yeah, I can even see through the screen. You embody such strength and pride for the Notre Dame legacy, and we are very lucky to have you representing us.
Thank you.
So now, as you look ahead, do you see yourself pursuing both bobsled and track and maybe a trip to LA in 2028?
Yeah, so the plan now is to switch back to track. So once I heal a couple injuries I have from bobsled, I will, start training for track again in hopes of making the LA 28 games. And then, a couple years from now, maybe I'll jump back in the sled. I could see that absolutely happening.
Wow, we are cheering you on. Once again, thank you for joining us and sharing your story on this Notre Dame Day. Now let's head back to the Cause Center and learn about another group looking for support this Notre Dame Day.
I am John Paul here at the Cost Center. I am joined by Aaron and Allison with Innovation for Impact. They are an important club here on campus, making a difference here all over the world. Essentially, ladies, thanks so much for being here with us this afternoon. So tell me a little bit about your group.
So we're a social impact consulting club on campus. We partner with global organizations, and currently we're partnered with St. Bakita's Vocational Training Center in northern Uganda, which works with women to lift them out of poverty and make a difference in their local community.
And you all have actually had a chance to go to Uganda. Tell me a little bit about what that was like.
Yeah, that was definitely, we both had the opportunity in past years to go. Such a life-changing experience, and to get to actually be there in person and meet some of the girls that we had done Zoom sessions with or had tutored before was something I wouldn't trade for the world. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about the club. How many people are involved, and tell us a little bit about how it operates, how you're doing so much good in the community and around the world.
Yeah, so Allison and I are the co-presidents. We've both been involved our whole time at Notre Dame, and we've seen the club grow tremendously. We currently have over 100 active members, and all different majors from all different years at Notre Dame. And the club operates within different verticals, so we have different projects going this semester, including a women's health initiative, early childhood education center. We actually just had a marathon this past spring break in Uganda, where 3 current Notre Dame students ran an entire full marathon with the women at the school in northern Uganda, which was something we're super proud of. And then we have like a local events team and a finance team, but basically everyone at the school could find something they love in this club and find a home within the club.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about giving. Obviously, you have thousands raised already. This money will help you continue to make a difference around the world. Tell us a little bit about how this will essentially help you guys with more projects.
Yeah, so essentially by giving today, you're helping the students in our club continue to put on events that are benefiting the school. We have a lot of underclassmen who have a lot of energy and ideas, and so, for example, we've hosted bubble soccer tournaments this year. We had the marathon, we had a 5K earlier this year, and so giving students the opportunity to put on the events that they brainstorm has been really beneficial for us and just really cool to see. And so every dollar that you guys donate goes towards helping our students then help St. Bakita's.
Right, and again, all over the world, a global impact from right here in Notre Dame.
Right, yeah. And so, yeah, we want to say thank you to those who have donated, and we can guarantee you that every dollar you do donate is very transformational in the Notre Dame students' lives, but also the women at St. Bakita's. They really appreciate it, and it makes a huge difference in their lives.
Aaron, Allison, thanks so much for sharing part of your story with us here today. Obviously, we're trying to get that number even higher. Again, $7,740 raised, and we want to make that number go up. All right, here's what you need to know to make that gift right now. You can support their cause at notredameday.nd.edu.
The Robinson Center began in 2001 as a hub for education, the arts, and civic engagement. Since then, people of all ages have benefited from the center's growing list of programs and classes geared towards every stage of life.
Robinson Community Learning Center is a place that really connects the University of Notre Dame to the city of South Bend. Not only are programs here on site, but we reach out to 14 different not-for-profits to provide parenting programs. We have preschools in 3 locations around the city. We are an outreach arm of the university, and we take that role very seriously. In 2024, the Robinson Center directly served over 890 community members, including more than 230 students from 47 area schools.
This Notre Dame Day, when you make a gift to the Robinson Community Learning Center, you're empowering Notre Dame to be an even greater force for good in South Bend. That means more resources for parents, greater growth and enrichment for students, and for our seniors, greater engagement and a path towards lifelong learning. Thank you, Notre Dame family, for helping to invest in our community.
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day gift.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Lauren Moss. It is my pleasure to introduce a performance by Tim O'Neill. We got Tim in the house. Tim, thank you so much for being here today. Talk to me a little bit about you and Piano Brothers.
Well, it's not about Piano Brothers. I have to put a push in for the Glee Club and Keenan Hall. Those are the two. I hope to see those rising up the charts. But yes, my brother Ryan and I got our start as the O'Neill brothers at Keenan Hall in the Keenan Review. So Notre Dame has meant a lot.
And we're talking 5 billion with a B streams online. That is huge, Tim.
Well, thank you. Our music is super peaceful. I thought I'd play one today. We have a partnership with Hallow, and we're going to be launching an exclusive album with them coming up in May. But I sent a note to Notre Dame's new president, Father Bob, and I said, what are some of your favorite songs? And he said, I heard the voice of Jesus say. And then I sent a note to Father Jim Lease, who married Annie and me at the Basilica 25 years ago, and he mentioned the song Canticle of the Turning, which is sung at dorm masses. Well, it's the same melody. So I'll be playing that combined with Let There Be Peace on Earth.
Take it away, Tim. Wow, we have Tim O'Neill, everybody. Beautiful job. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to send it back now to Pete and Paige upstairs.
Thank you so much, Lauren. That performance really put an exclamation point on this 8th hour of our Notre Dame Day broadcast, didn't it?
Absolutely. And we got to see another installment of our dining hall showcase, hear from innovative educators like Kate the Chemist, and enjoy a beautiful performance from Tim O'Neill.
That's right. And once again, we have seen how the Notre Dame community continues to bring its mission to life through creativity, engagement, and of course, service to others.
If any of these stories have inspired you, now is a great time to get involved.
Just head to notredameday.nd.edu, click the green Make a Gift button, and support the causes, clubs, and programs that mean the most to you.
Every gift helps these groups continue their work on campus, in the community, and around the world.
And of course, we are not done yet. There is still plenty more ahead today on Notre Dame Day.
That's right. More inspiring stories, performances, and opportunities to make an impact are coming up as our broadcast continues this afternoon and all evening long until midnight tonight.
So stay with us. Notre Dame Day 2026 continues. Now, let's take a look at some of the ways Notre Dame continues to make an impact across campus.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
You graduated in the class of 1963, so you're 84 years old, you're teaching first-year students in a seminar class. And you said to me the other day, while we were seated here in your office, that you want to teach until you're 90, at least. Not that we're going to cut you off at age 90. Yeah, right. But it was amazing because I'm thinking, geez, I'm hoping I don't drool when I'm 65 and that you're still teaching. Tell us a little bit about your class and why you continue to be so passionate about teaching.
Well, first of all, I have wonderful students. Every week we do a different book or movie. They have to write a paper every week. And at the end, they have to write their own autobiographical essay. Now, most of them are 19. When first year I did, I thought, what are they going to have to say when they're only 19? They had a lot to say. And they shared with me some very, very challenging things that they faced and also some of their successes earlier in life. And that was all rewarding to me to be involved in their lives in that way. And I think I've found a mix of materials that they get into. Generally, I think they're proud of Notre Dame already, and they think that the kind of education they're getting here, not simply in my class, but in general,
right?
They don't complain. My teachers are terrible. They don't say anything, but they're not available. And I think and the spirit of cooperation among the students is really high. I encourage them to interact before each paper. Just don't write each other's papers, but interact. Tell us what you're thinking. And I think that's helped bring the class together. And then I have, before each class, I have meet in group of 2, and they discuss the questions I give them. So, and that keeps changing, and so they get to know each other. And then after the class is over, I get together with former classes. And I just met with a class of seniors. And it was just amazing to me what they're doing, what their next step is. I'm going, gee, they're publishing papers with faculty members. They're getting in the best schools. They're being hired by the best companies. I mean, it's just, I think we have that kind of, people outside have a respect for our graduates, and it's fun to be part of it.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from the For Good series with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.
Daniel Boateng, a Notre Dame soccer player, is the founder of Changing Lives GH, a nonprofit which funds uniforms, books, meals, and entrance fees for children in his home country, Ghana. Alongside 2 of his teammates, he's making education possible for those who cannot afford school. The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to educate children in Ghana.
Welcome back to our Notre Dame Day 2026 as our broadcast continues live from the Duncan Student Center on the campus of Our Ladies University. I'm Pete Byrne, class of 99.
And I'm Lauren Moss. It's already been a powerful morning. We've heard stories that truly show the impact of Notre Dame and seen the kind of research that's solving real problems. We've also experienced some incredible performances that highlight just how talented this community truly is.
Yeah, we certainly have, and we are keeping that momentum going with another great hour of Notre Dame Day now.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, Notre Dame Day is a global celebration of the people, programs, and passion that define this one-of-a-kind university.
It is also your chance to make a difference. Just visit notredameday.nd.edu and click the green Make a Gift button to support the causes, clubs, and communities that mean the most to you.
Now, every gift, no matter the size, helps these groups continue their work on campus, in the community, and all around the world.
Coming up in this hour, we will hear from a Notre Dame undergraduate's inspiring research in India, and we'll hear about Notre Dame's unique Veterans Law Clinic.
All right, there's some fun in the return of the rock, paper, scissors tournament, too. It's going to be a great hour. You don't want to miss it, so stay tuned.
All right, but first, let us check in with Connor Montiel for an update on today's giving. Connor?
Thanks, Pete. Great to have you both on the broadcast with us today. Really excited to give you another giving update here down at the fundraising set. As you can see the numbers here, over 25,000 gifts, just 25,633 as we're looking at it right now. That number is going to keep going because of you, those of you who are on the broadcast, being inspired, finding a cause that you love here at Notre Dame and making a gift, making a vote of confidence in our students, saying this is something that I want you to be able to pursue your passions here at Notre Dame. We've got over 854 causes benefited. I think we can probably get a record there too, folks. We had records all across the board last year. I think we can continue pushing that. Over $3 million raised. Wanted to take a quick moment during this update down here also to just say congratulations and happy 50th anniversary to our Soren Society members out there. Oldest giving society here at Notre Dame, focused on the impact, having impact on the greatest needs here at Notre Dame. So from investing in our Catholic mission to the student experience to providing financial aid for our students in need. Thank you to our Soren Society members for their dedication over 5 decades here at Notre Dame. I know that impact will continue long into the future. So happy 50th. We're looking forward to celebrating with you throughout this year and especially this fall back on campus. That's it for me down here. Excited to hear and see this rock, paper, scissors coming up. But for now, over to you, Lauren.
Thank you so much. You know, Notre Dame Law School has launched a new Veterans Law Clinic dedicated to serving those who have served our country, helping veterans navigate the difficult legal system to access the benefits and support they've earned. The clinic brings together faculty expertise and student advocates, including veterans themselves, to provide free hands-on legal assistance. So joining us more to tell us about this incredible clinic is third-year law student Mary Pat Peterson and Trevor Turner, a Notre Dame law student and former U.S. Marine Corps officer. Trevor and Mary Pat, thank you both for being here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having us. It's wonderful to be here.
This is so important to talk about. Mary Pat, I want to start with you. What makes this clinic both necessary and urgent?
Well, you know, Lauren, there are so many veterans in the United States. I think 6% of our population are veterans. In Indiana alone, there are over 300,000 veterans. And so this disability accommodations process is really difficult for so many of them. And so Notre Dame is seeking to meet that urgent need.
Trevor, you've lived this transition from military to civilian life. Thank you for your service, by the way. Talk about some of the challenges that veterans face once they come home.
I think there are two main challenges. One of the biggest challenges the veterans face with the disability compensation process is during their time in service, a lot of people, a lot of veterans, or a lot of service members don't want to go seek medical attention for anything that might have happened to them out of fear that they might miss training or miss deployments or something like that. So it makes it difficult down the line after they transition to civilian life in order to get that compensation. And the other one is a lot of veterans, they're kind of in a hurry to get out of the military, and they're not really thinking about the longevity of what really happened to them during their service and what that really did for their bodies. So they don't have any medical documentation, and I think those are the two main challenges that veterans face with this process.
Absolutely. Mary Pat, we know veterans law can be extremely complicated, right? There's a lot to it. How will this clinic help simplify that process and advocate effectively for all veterans?
Well, this isn't a short or easy process. I was reading a study yesterday that said the average time for the VA to actually handle and finish a claim is over 150 days.
Oh, wow.
And this
It's too
involves
long.
all kinds of complicated forms that are difficult even for lawyers, much less civilians. And so the Veterans Law Clinic is seeking to go out and help these people for free navigating this long and difficult process.
You think about 150 days when someone is struggling like that. It's way too long. Trevor, how does it change the experience for veterans to work with advocates who either serve themselves or are deeply connected to the community?
I think it's monumental. You know, these veterans want somebody to advocate for them. And when they're meeting us for the first time, we're nobody to them. And finding out that either we served in the military or we have deep connections to the military, it's incredible for them, and it helps the buy-in factor, and it helps them really trust us. And trust is one of the most important aspects of this entire process, because a lot of them have lost trust in the system because the VA disability compensation process is so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, it's so true. You're both gaining hands-on experience through this clinic. How is this work shaping you? How do you see it shaping other Notre Dame students in the future?
Well, I think shaping me, and I think other Notre Dame law students, is it's teaching us to think critically. And there's a lot, because of the difficulty with the process, we have to kind of think outside the box. You're not really relying on a lot of precedent with the regional office, which is the first level that you apply for compensation to. So you're kind of really having to think and write these arguments and really paint a picture for the individual reading these claims.
Yeah, Mary Pat?
Yeah, I would agree. Both for teaching students how to read and write and advocate for clients, and showing them that they can do meaningful work in the community.
Absolutely. What do each of you think about the long-term impact of this clinic? What does success look like for your clients and really the broader veteran community? Trevor?
I think success for this is, one is obviously succeeding in these claims is the number one thing, but just showing these veterans that there's somebody out there that's going to help them and care for them. And for a lot of veterans and a lot of clients, we're their last hope, and they come in and say, like, I don't know where else to go if you guys can't help me. So it's really just providing them that last line of assistance and help, and really trying to give them back their dignity. And I think going forward, that's just going to be huge for years to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would second what Trevor said. And for these types of disability claims, it may be just a semester or a year for a student, but once a veteran has their disability accommodations with the VA, that goes with them for the rest of their life. And that impacts them and their families. And that's just a huge deal for Notre Dame to be a part of that.
Well, you two are doing such important work. We appreciate you both being here. Trevor, Mary Pat, again, this is all for Veterans Law Clinic. We're making it a reality, right? So thank you guys. Let's go see what Colleen has for us at the Cause Corner. Hey, Colleen.
Hey, Lauren. Today I am really excited to talk about the undergraduate experiential learning, and I'm here with Anna and James to tell us a little bit about their program at the Kroc Institute.
Hi, thank you so much, Colleen. We are here advocating for undergraduate experiential learning opportunities, particularly in peace studies, which is what we focus on at the Kroc Institute. And it's very important for our students, in order for their peace studies education to have an impact, to be able to connect what they're learning in the classroom with things out in the real world. And so we're trying to raise some money to help students do internships, take study abroad trips, do independent research, do all kinds of professional development that can help them connect what they're learning with their actual work they want to do in the world.
And I'm really excited that we have James now to talk a little bit more about how this program really kind of complements the classroom. Talk about what you've taken advantage of so far and how it's been.
Yeah, for sure. Through my experience with the Kroc Institute, I've had the opportunity to attend the Peace and Justice Studies Association conference, and that really just gave me the opportunity not to only, one, connect with these scholars that I've been reading since my freshman year as a major in peace studies, but also give me the confidence to realize that the research that I've been doing throughout my undergraduate career is important and deserves to be heard, and practice those skills that I think will serve me well and help me be competitive for top graduate schools.
And how has this program kind of helped propel you to the next step?
Yeah, I've been able to conduct independent research, present it, publish, and it has propelled me to be confident in becoming a scholar in peace studies, and I'll be pursuing that in a PhD in sociology next year.
Okay, super impressive. And really quickly, let's talk about the dollars. That's why we're here today. How will the dollars help impact the club?
So the money actually will go to fund things like tuition fees, flights, lodging, anything that students need in order to make these experiences a reality. So for example, in James' case, he needed assistance with the airfare to get to the conference. And so our professional development funds were able to cover something like that. And especially with international trips and international experiential learning, the expenses can be quite high for students. These kinds of things are not covered by financial aid typically. And so any amount of funding that students can get from us to help make these a reality is super important.
So it's really important. Every dollar counts. I want to thank you both for being here today. And go ahead and make sure to make a donation to the Kroc Institute and some of their undergraduate experiential learning programs. They're incredible. Make sure to go to notredameday.nd.edu. All right, let's take a look now at how Notre Dame Day is making an impact across the globe.
Few things are more powerful than a person with strength and confidence. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, Johnson Family Hall is establishing a legacy of empowerment every day. We're unique.
We're authentic.
We can squat.
We can defend ourselves.
But most of all, we're empowered to be the best we can be. We embrace our differences and come together to build lifelong friendships and grow ourselves.
Physically,
mentally, and spiritually. Whether it's gym equipment, self-defense training, or other amenities, you help make Johnson Family Hall a proud home for strong and confident students.
thank you, and go Irish!
Man, I'm just like so hungry, bro.
Dude, so am I.
Did you guys hear?
Hear what?
It's back.
What's back?
Can't you smell it?
It's back. It's back?
It's back. Dog pizza is back and better than ever. Thanks to Notre Dame Day, we've been able to bring back this delicious Alumni Hall staple and reinvent a tradition.
Sharing great dog pizza
with even better dogs.
Thank you for your generosity. And remember,
Go Irish!
Some Notre Dame students don't just study the world, they immerse themselves in it. Senior Ty Harrington spent 2 summers in India exploring the intersection of spirituality and sustainability. His travels and studies have shaped both his research and his faith, but have also informed his life here on campus and his plans for the future. So I'd like to welcome Ty to the show. Ty, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. Tell me where you're from, how you came to be at Notre Dame, and what you're majoring in right now.
Yeah, I'm originally from Carmel, Indiana, and I went to a small Catholic high school down there. So when I got into Notre Dame, I was of course inclined to attend, but I was very inspired by the love with which people speak about Notre Dame, the community which Notre Dame clearly fosters. And I was also really attracted by the idea of attending not only a prestigious intellectual institution, but also an institution that fosters the spiritual well-being of its students. On campus, I study philosophy, theology, and the program of liberal studies.
All right, makes sense. All right, so you've been to India twice, as we established. Let me start with the first trip. What was that all about?
Yeah, so my research interests on campus have to do with the relationship between theology and philosophy and the natural world, or the way that we think about the world. So I'm very interested in the way that both religious individuals and communities conceive of the earth in relation to their religious identity. I think this is particularly relevant now in light of the climate crisis, one of the most salient issues that we collectively face. And so I'm wondering what religion has to do with that crisis, both in perhaps historically causing it and now in the contemporary scene providing solutions to it. That is, if we can motivate better treatment of the world by emphasizing the fact that God is present within the world, I think that's a very potent solution. And so with that research interest established, I applied for an Institute for Social Concerns summer fellowship, and then actually they were the ones who directed me to India. So they sent me to Govardhan Eco Village, which is a Hindu ashram in India. And so again, yeah, they were the ones who really tunneled my interest to India for the first time.
So you spent a summer there. You must have found it productive and insightful. What led you to going back for a second summer semester, and how was it different maybe?
Yeah, so the first summer when I was there, I was living alongside Hindu monks and Indian spiritual seekers who came to the ashram to study their Indian religion and philosophy. And so I, as a Catholic coming from the United States, from Notre Dame, I was very interested in immersing myself entirely in this new tradition on its own terms. And so I tried to learn as much as I could about Indian philosophy and spirituality and the way that this philosophy conceives of the earth. And then when I came back, I was thinking a lot about interreligious questions. That is, how I, as a Catholic, steeped in the Christian philosophical and theological tradition, can learn from these traditions, and how we might be able to reflect on the most important questions that we have from our side of the world in light of the resources that I had just encountered. And so since I had those research interests established already, I was fortunately asked by one of my professors to go back to India, actually on a different research project. This time I was thinking alongside Father Mark Poorman, and we visited St. Xavier's College in Mumbai. And so we were thinking about Catholic institutions in global contexts, so this university, for example, and the particular challenges that they face, being, as they are, a Catholic institution in a place that is not majority Catholic. And so we interviewed many different students and faculty and staff to ask them about their experiences, again, living and working at a Catholic institution in such a multicultural, multi-religious place like Mumbai. So it was very different, a lot more quickly paced living in Mumbai than at the ashram.
Imagine.
But it was a lovely experience.
Incredible immersion. Sounds like it was pretty intense. I'm curious, what was it like for you to come back to campus after that? And what did you bring with you? How did it impact or maybe change you?
Yeah. The first summer in particular, living as far away from home as I had ever lived for 8 weeks in just an entirely new environment, that caused a lot of personal growth, for sure, figuring out how to handle a situation like that mentally, but also a lot of spiritual growth. There was a lot of time for silence and reflection and prayer, both with the resources from our own tradition that I had brought with me, but also learning about these new resources in the Indian traditions that I was encountering. So then when I came back to campus, not only did I feel that I had matured a lot, of course intellectually, but also spiritually and personally, just from the difficulty of the experience at first. But I feel that I also brought with me an entirely different perspective on the sorts of things that I encounter in my studies here. So thinking more about Christian philosophy and theology, which I study at Notre Dame, but now in light of this new tradition that I had just encountered. And that enabled me to ask what I think were interesting questions and new questions that I certainly wouldn't have asked, and hopefully helped me to uncover new insights about the problems that I think are relevant.
Fascinating stuff, right? You're getting ready to graduate in a few weeks, so congratulations. I know you're moving on to grad school. We certainly wish you the best, but I want to thank you for joining us here on Notre Dame Day today, Ty.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, now a special musical moment from one of Notre Dame's most treasured traditions, the liturgical choir. Made up of students from across this campus, the choir leads music at the Basilica of the Sacred Heart and helps bring the university's faith life to life through sacred song. Well, that was certainly a beautiful performance by the Notre Dame Liturgical Choir. Now let's check back in with Paige Barnes in our Cause Corner. Paige?
I like your shoes.
Thank you. I parked in the joy slot. Hello and welcome again. Thank you, Pete. We are very excited to join you with Notre Dame and have an opportunity for university to get their cause out. I am joined by Eamon. And Eamon, tell us who you are with and tell us more about the cause.
Hello, I'm Eamon. I am with the McDonald Center for Student Wellbeing, and I'm specifically a peer listener. So in the peer listener program, we have hours, about 3 hours each week per peer listener, where students from across campus are invited to come in, talk about something that's on their mind, something that's weighing heavy on them. But it's sort of like a counselor who's not fully a counselor. It's a very approachable program, way for students to address mental health concerns.
Absolutely. And then I'm wondering, so how many people participate in your cause?
Yeah, there are 6 peer listeners right now. We're hoping to expand that, maybe with the help of some donors. But we have 6 great peer listeners as of right now.
And that leads me to my next question is, by getting a donation, what kind of impact can you provide?
Yeah, so we would really appreciate donations because it would allow us to hire more peer listeners, right? We only have 6 right now, and so there are students whose needs can't be met because of scheduling. It would allow us to continue to promote the program. We know that the students who have used the peer listening program have really benefited from it so far, but we think we can reach a wider audience if we can have more promotional events. And then right now we're using grant funding, and we think that if we had more donation money, we'd be able to continue the program after grant money runs out.
And to really hit home before we wrap up, tell us the importance of mental health and checking in and really making sure that one's mental health is cared for.
Yeah, I think college can be a lonely time in a person's life, especially when they first start. You're away from your friends and family, and I think that maybe Notre Dame students struggle to talk about that. There's not always enough awareness around mental health and being able to see someone, not knowledge of campus resources, counseling center, things like that. And so I think being able to just have a casual, laid back dialogue about mental health, student to student, is a really valuable approach that maybe is more accessible than immediately going to a professional.
Absolutely. Eamon, thank you so much for talking about your cause and joining us for Notre Dame Day. Now let's take a look at how Notre Dame Day makes a difference.
Notre Dame Day is an annual reminder for me to look back and remember all of the fun memories I had on campus.
As president of my residence hall, I really saw the impact that Notre Dame Day and all of its donors have on student life.
It's incredible for me to be able to now give back as an alum to these causes that I was a part of as a student.
It gives me a direct line to students who are in the place that I was when I was a student on campus many years ago. So it helps me to see how the programs that I loved and committed myself to as a student have grown and shaped others.
I just think it's so important to continue to invest in the kids that are here and to give them the same opportunities that we had as students.
The university isn't one thing, it's so many different things.
I encourage other alumni to look back at their time at Notre Dame and to really reflect on what was meaningful to them. Small donations go a long way.
Whether you paid your entire tuition here or you were scholarshiped or some sort of a mix, as most of us were, you were here walking on these grounds because someone believed that the future was worth investing in.
At the University of Notre Dame, amidst the rigorous academics, a unique team thrives. Bound by a shared passion, it's more than just a club, it's a family.
It's about so much more than just the horses. It's about bonding as a group. It's about the relationships you make with the horses, with your friends.
We have team outings and stuff like that where we all get to spend time together away from the barn.
It's really just all about making friends in college that will last for life with a common interest.
Beyond the camaraderie, the bond with these incredible animals offers a vital outlet for the pressures of college life.
Horses are such a therapeutic animal that with the stress of classes and everything, I knew I wanted to be around them still, even though I'm not at home.
Most importantly, when I'm riding, I'm not thinking about anything that's going on outside of that riding, and I think everybody needs an activity where you can do that. For so many of us on the team, that's always been horses.
Whether you've been riding for years or are just starting out, the team welcomes all levels, fostering growth and confidence.
We like to be able to accept as many members as we can. We welcome both people who have been riding their whole lives and people who are just beginning to ride in college.
Thankfully, the team has been very kind to let me kind of learn along the way.
The team really just feels like one big unit, which I really love.
But this incredible experience wouldn't be possible without vital support.
Notre Dame Day is a huge part of how we can support our team.
Horses are naturally just a very expensive animal to take care of, and we really could not take care of all the horses on the team without the extra support from Notre Dame Day. Your generosity on Notre Dame Day ensures that our horses can continue to be happy and healthy members of the Notre Dame family.
Thank you for investing in our team.
Thank you for supporting our passion.
Notre Dame Day continues. Up next, our rock, paper, scissors tournament. Months in the making. It started back in February with 24 teams battling through 2 rounds, and now we are down to the Elite 8, and it's all been building to this moment. Take a look.
Okay, this is the moment everyone has been waiting for. Rock, paper, scissors tournament. A lot is at stake today. Joining me now, we got Ref Rob in the house. This is a big, big deal.
This is absolutely huge. It's monumental. This is the 2nd annual rock, paper, scissors competition. We've got halls, we've got causes, all fighting it out for the chance for $2,000 as the grand prize. And we're going to award that tonight with the Final Four, but we've got an Elite 8 to get through this afternoon to find out who is going to be there in the Final Four tonight, battling it out for that prize.
This is for history in the making. Again, let's go through the rules before we get started today.
Yeah, absolutely. Standard rock, paper, scissors. No funny business around here. We've got, rock beats scissors, scissors cuts paper, paper covers rock, as it's always been, as it always will be. The teams will come up here. They're in groups of 3, so it's a best-of-3 competition. You win 2 games, you advance on. We go to a 3rd game. It's whoever wins that one goes forward. We have a tie. We bring it back to the table.
Okay, should we get started? Our first 2 halls. You guys want to come on up? You know who's coming up first? Let's go.
All right, let's get our first competitors here. First of all, look right there at the audience here. Tell them your name and who you're representing.
My name's Marini. I'm representing Kavanaugh Hall.
I'm Quinn. I'm representing Alumni Hall.
I gotta make sure the mic's on.
I'm Quinn. I'm representing Alumni Hall.
All right.
All right, so Kavanaugh and Alumni. Beautiful. All right, so to break it down for you, we'll go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay? No stall tactics, no trying to find out what the other person's doing. You should have in mind what you're going to throw before we bring it to the table. Kavanaugh, are you ready? Are you ready? All right. Let's bring it to the table. You'll go on my count. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! We've got a 1-0 lead at the table. If you win this, you send us to a decisive third game. You win this, you're coming back tonight. Are we ready? Let's bring it to the table. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Ooh. We are tied at 1 game apiece here in the Elite Eight. An opportunity to send yourself to the Final Four. Come on, bring it to the table now. Now, are you okay? You just went one game ago. You've already got to come back. What is that going to take out of you here mentally, physically, emotionally?
It's going to take a lot, but I'm going to empty the tank. So.
Okay, he's going to empty it all out here. But You've got the fresh body on this side. Let's see how it works out here. Bring it to the table. Here we go. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! And paper!
We got the ladies. Ladies, way to go. Okay,
job, guys.
How are you feeling right now? We took the win. Obviously, it was tied. How you feeling?
Good. I'm feeling amazing. Go Cav!
Well, tell me about this get up before we get going. I really like this.
I'm dressed as a cockroach in representation of the insects that we have in our dorm.
Well, maybe we can work on that now. That is hysterical. Congrats, guys, on winning. Stick around. We're going to go to a quick break while the next team gets ready to compete. Before we go, here's another look at how your generosity makes a difference in Notre Dame.
To everyone in the Notre Dame community.
Round 2 about to take off. Who are you guys competing for?
Duncan Hall.
Duncan Hall, and we got them versus?
Morrissey Hall.
Okay, how are you guys feeling? Both doing well?
Oh, yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about your strategy. What are you thinking about right now?
Probably rock.
Or is he playing with you? Is he playing?
See, now I was thinking rock too, but I'm going to have to switch it up.
We'll have to see what happens. What do you think, Ref Rob?
You know, bold strategy, Cotton. If you call it out here before you do it, I'm not sure that's the method you want to go with. But, you know, could be some mind games.
Is it a mind game? We don't know yet.
You never know. It's always, you know, competition of the mind, of the body, of the spirit. But there's only one way to settle what this is really going to be.
Go ahead.
We got to bring it here to the table. Let's go, Rob! We've got Duncan, we've got Morrissey in their matching sweatshirts. I can appreciate a good uniform, but I can also appreciate the individuality on this side. So you know what? Let's bring it right here to the table. Game 1 of the Elite Eight. Let's find out. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh, and scissors,
no
cut,
rock
paper.
in sight.
Nobody throws rock on that round right there. All right, we've got a 1-0 lead. Some sportsmanship here. We love to see that. Now, you win this one. You send your team to the Final Four. You win this one, you guys have the opportunity and you survive through one more. So let's see what happens. Let's bring it here. Competitors ready. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And paper covers rock. Once again, 2-0 takes it home. Excellent sportsmanship.
A sweep, guys. Wait, winners, come here real quick.
Come back, Duncan.
We got to get that
Don't run away.
post-game interview. How
They're
you guys doing?
so excited. They're focused.
You just had the sweep. What's going through your head?
Yeah, so I'm the closer. I didn't really do anything, but I trust my teammates here. You know, we put in a lot of effort, so I'm happy that our preparation paid off here.
Talk about your training. What went into this?
Yeah, it was just a lot of practice, reps. I mean, that's really what it's about, and we'll be ready for tonight.
You're ready to go. How you feeling?
I did like 30 pull-ups to practice, so I'm feeling a little tired, but good meal. We got this in a lot.
I think you got in his head. You said the rock, you didn't pull out the rock move, so it was a mind trick.
Nah, I messed up, high key.
Well, congrats on winning, guys. You're sticking around. We're going to take another short break while our next team gets ready. Here's another look at all the great ways Notre Dame Day is making a big impact.
To everyone in the Notre Dame community who so generously welcomed me and made Notre Dame a second home to me, thank you. The greatest gift that anyone could ever give me is the chance to dream, and Notre Dame and all the donors have given that to me through the scholarship that I'm on, but also the financial aid and the mental and physical and academic support that I'm getting here at Notre Dame. So this has been one of the greatest 2 years ever, and I look forward to the rest of my life after Notre Dame.
Every year, the University of Notre Dame successfully meets each student's demonstrated financial need in full, a feat that would be impossible without donors like you.
Thank you very much. I'm so grateful to be able to have been a Notre Dame student and to grow as a student, as an athlete, as a person here. And thank you very much, and go Irish.
Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. Your support in me really is more than financial aid, but it's support for me to grow and feel as though I belong at Notre Dame.
You made it possible for me to attend and possible for me to know all that Notre Dame has to offer and to love it. So I just can't say anything other than thank you.
If it wasn't for Notre Dame, I would not be in any position to do that on my own. But this community has helped me out so much, and I want to thank everyone for doing that.
By supporting financial aid, you help ensure that students from all walks of life continue to benefit from all that Notre Dame has to offer.
Notre Dame is community.
Opportunity.
Life-changing.
Family.
Home.
Freedom.
The people.
Community. Opportunity.
Force for good.
Notre Dame is home.
Lewis chicks are proud.
Lewis chicks are kind.
Lewis chicks are exceptional.
Lewis is really home for me because of the people and the culture that surrounds this amazing building at the back of campus.
There's a vibrancy here that is not present in a lot of other places on campus.
It's just the kindness and the love that is just floating in the air. I think the 60th anniversary celebration is really important because, for me especially, it put a lot of things into perspective.
Having so many strong women who care so much about the dorm and its culture have really just shaped the building and the community and the culture.
We had past Lewis chicks, past hall staff, and current Lewis chicks talk about their experience and really the impact of female community on their lives then, now, and how it will continue in the future.
And so I think that the current chicks learned so much from this is really what Notre Dame education and what living at Lewis can bring for me for the rest of my life.
And just hearing their stories and relating to them, even though we're very different ages, was very powerful, and it really just made the weekend so amazing.
My hope for future chicks is just to continue to channel that sisterhood that you learn throughout your time in the dorm.
I think it's nice to sometimes have those moments where you look up at the dome and you realize, wow, I'm really here. And you are gathered in the lobby with your friends of Lewis, and you're like, wow, this is what being a Notre Dame student is all about. It's all about the community and the love that you build.
Because of your support on Notre Dame Day, generations of chicks came together for a weekend of joy, gratitude, and connection.
Thank you for investing in our community.
Thank you for helping us to celebrate our home behind the dome.
Supporting your favorite causes on Notre Dame Day is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Navigate to notredameday.nd.edu and locate the Make a Gift button in the top right corner of your screen. Once there, you have the option to either search for a specific cause or explore our curated selection of impactful initiatives, such as financial aid or student experience. You can even search by category if you'd like. Once you've identified the cause close to your heart, click on Donate, select your preferred contribution amount, and add it to your basket. Want to support multiple causes? No worries, just repeat the process and add them to your basket. When you're ready, proceed to checkout by clicking on your gift basket and boom, you've successfully made your Notre Dame Day gift.
Welcome back again. We have so much on the line. $2,000 for their cause on this Notre Dame Day, and it all comes down to rock, paper, scissors. We have 2 matches coming up in this round. Who do we have? Who are you guys fighting for today?
Well, ND Debate.
ND Debate. Talk about what you would do with $2,000. It would go a long way, right?
We'd start fundraising. We've been in debt for a few years, and it's about time that ND Debate goes back to how it used to be, winning national championships all around the U.S.
Woo, let's hear it. Come on. Let's hear it. Debate is going up against. Who are you guys fighting for?
We're ND Listens.
And what would you do with that $2,000 donation?
Yeah, ND Listens, we're all about building the Notre Dame community, making calls. So we're trying to improve our caller space, and we'll use that money to help foster the Notre Dame community in various ways.
But again, for people watching at home, you can also donate and help out, right? We're talking about $2,000 that will help with this tournament, but donate if you can, because these are 2 great clubs. So we want to see who can win. Rock, paper, scissors. You ladies ready? All right. Ref Rob.
You know, there's a great story to be told here. We've got ND Listens, who was actually knocked out in our preliminary rounds, but was able to fundraise their way back in by being one of the top eliminated causes. So, you know, in this time of year, we're looking for Cinderella stories, and that could be what we have here. But, you know, on the other side, we've got ND Debate, who, dare I say, has left no debate about it, that they belong to be here and have this opportunity. So,
This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. So excited. But competitors, are you ready? Yes. All right, here we go. All right, we'll go on my count. Game 1, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Scissors, cuts, paper,
debate takes 1.
0. It's a ruckus crowd. The crowd is going absolutely wild here for our studio audience. I can only imagine what it's like for all of you at home watching here on Notre Dame Day. Competitors, do you need a moment, or are you ready to meet the moment? They're ready.
They're ready.
All right. Debate, you win this, you go to the Final 4. ND Listens, you win this, you get another shot. Here we go. Ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ooh. Our first tie of the day. Take a moment, take a breather.
Take a breather.
Think about your next move. Could be your last. Here we go. Are you ready? Let's bring it to the table. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
Ooh. Another tie.
Interesting that they both threw rock yet again. Morrissey, did you catch that? All right, here we go. Let's go in a 3rd overtime to see if you can advance and you can survive. Here we go. Ready? Hold on. This is on my count. I understand nerves are going. It's tense out here on the floor. There's an opportunity for $2,000. Here we go, ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! And in the 3rd overtime, ND Listens calls it in and says, let's do one more. Are you ready? Born ready, she says. ND Listens, are you ready? Winner of this goes to the Final 4. Here we go, ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh! And Debate takes it!
Debate, ladies!
Great effort,
A fantastic effort. You gotta love the Cinderella story too, coming down to the last minute. Debate, you guys take the cake. Again, talk about what's going through your head as the winners of this round.
Man, it was just electric.
You guys feeling good? What went into your
Yep,
training? Did
observer.
you do a lot of games leading up to this?
A lot of preparation, yeah, a lot of training.
There's a lot of mental aspect, kind of like in a debate too, right? A lot of mental goes into this game.
Indeed, in debate, you take into account what your opponent's going to say and you get material and research to combat that. That's exactly what we did today.
Well, ladies, you did it. We're going to see you later tonight. Congratulations. We got one more match to get to before we go to break. Come on up, guys. All right, who do we have? Who are you fighting for today?
We have the best choir on campus, the University of Notre Dame Folk Choir.
Woo! Wait, can you hit a note? Not to put you on the spot, but I got to hear a note. Yes, yes. Okay, and who are you guys fighting for?
We are the Observer, and we have the truth, and the truth is we're going to win.
Oh, as a local reporter, I do love the Observer. Good job, guys. Okay.
A handshake here. We've got the Observer, the Folk Choir. They call themselves the headline makers. Will they be writing headlines about themselves tonight, or will we be singing "We Are the Champions" by the end of it all? We've got one more spot in the Final Four tonight, and we're going to decide who that's going to be right here, right now. Competitors ready? Audience here at Notre Dame, are you ready? For the last spot in the Final Four, Game 1, let's bring it to the table. Competitors ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ooh. All right. Do you need a moment? Okay, they have their strategies. They've thought it out. All right, we'll bring it back here. Competitors ready. And rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Paper covers rock. 1-0 Observer. All right. Observer, you can win it right here and go to the Final Four. You can survive for your team and give your third member an opportunity to come up here and take you guys to the Final Four. Do you need a moment to chat with your team?
Yes.
He's going to take a
Okay.
moment.
I'm sneaking
You
the
say
mic.
you don't need one. Maybe he's icing you over here, making you think about it just a little bit more. All right, here we go. For a chance to move on, for a chance for a Game 3, let's bring it to the table. Here we go, ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ooh, and a tie. Each member throws paper. So we go into overtime. We'll bring it back right here. Competitors ready. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And scissors cuts paper. Maybe it was that moment with his teammates. Maybe it was just the opportunity presented itself, but now we have a decisive third game for one spot in the Final Four to come back tonight and have an opportunity at that $2,000. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yes.
They're both ready. I'm ready. Let's bring it to the table. For the last spot in the Final Four, Folk Choir and Observer. Rock, paper, scissors. Here we go. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And we go to overtime. Ooh, you see that right there? I've got
the chills.
goosebumps myself. All right. In overtime, hold on. Don't get started yet. Again, we're on my count here. All right, let's bring it to the table. Here's the opportunity. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And paper covers rock. And the Observers, the headline makers, are moving on.
Observer,
Step
talk
on right
to me
here.
about going to the finals tonight. What's going through your head?
We had a strategy, and that strategy won.
What was the strategy?
It's a secret. The Final Four.
Final Four tonight. Again, Observer, $2,000 on the line here. Talk a little bit about what that would mean for the paper. You guys do great work.
$2,000 for us. It's hard work to, print a paper bi-weekly, and for us that would mean more times for us to go cover away games or more color editions of the paper. Just stuff like that really means a lot for us.
Well, listen, I work at WNDU. We look at you guys a lot for the Observer about what's happening on campus. So good job, keep up the good work, and good luck tonight, okay? Let's hear it one more time for our winners today. Before we leave you, let's get Ref Rob back in the circle. Again, this is a big deal tonight. What did you think of what you saw so far?
If this is any indication of what we're going to see tonight, I mean, you've got world-class students and world-class athletes out here giving it their all. I'm sure they're going to go back now, watch the film, really talk it out, strategize what they want to come back with here, because now it's all on the line. It's the Final Four. This place is going to be packed with people, millions watching at home. It's going to be an unbelievable scene tonight. You don't want to miss it.
Again, it's all about the energy. Final Four tonight. Ref Rob, we can't do it without you, so thank you so much for being here. That's going to do it for this hour of Notre Dame Day. Don't you worry. We're going to be back in 5 more hours at 6:42 Eastern Time to continue on with this great mission of helping out Notre Dame Day. So we'll see you back then there.
Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
Any particular moment that, it's a difficult question, that jumps out to you in your coaching accomplishments that just really, maybe an anecdote or story that really kind of speaks to what you love the most?
The couple probably will resonate, and one of them, and none of those, my stories would have to do anything with the winning the titles, truly, or being in present or seeing someone qualifying or winning the Olympic medal. Would be the story what really resonates with Notre Dame. One of our athletes a decade ago contracted the heart virus and had to go undergo with heart transplant, and realizing how much Notre Dame community supported us as a fencing team and him throughout this journey. And we have a flag when we fly after we win the titles, and we took that flag and gave to, hung in his room, and told him, when you make this recovery, bring the flag back. Everything went by grace of God great. He recovered after a successful heart transplant, brought the flag back, and then that year, winning the national championship, coincidentally, he accepted the national championship trophy.
Wow.
That doesn't get any deeper than that.
Yeah.
Or the stories we have, the parents even don't see it. They send their sons and daughters to us when they're scared, when they're changing environments, going to the foreign place, which the college. And we see the flip when it happens from the scared, intimidated, and not sure human beings become confident contributors to society. We see that flip when it happens, and that's probably the biggest gift for us as the coaches, to see that and be a witnessing of those events.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from the For Good series with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need. Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
Come to downtown South Bend right now. Took a snapshot of downtown, which there has been, I mentioned Howard Park earlier, some massive investment downtown. They're on the cusp of almost $750 million over the next 5 to 7 years of investment in downtown South Bend.
Yeah.
The way it looks today is going to be completely different in 7 years.
Yeah.
One of the major projects that's getting underway right now is the Madison Lifestyle District, which is right south of Beacon Health. It's going to be a massive, close to $200 million development down in that area. Not too far from that is Colfax Corner, which the University of Notre Dame is working closely with Ancora, who's going to be our developer at that particular location, to develop basically a nice sized block in that area. Initially, we're looking at there's going to be close to 200,000 square feet. This is the old South Bend Tribune building that we worked in collaboration with the Schurz family on. We're going to get underway in that here within the next couple of months. It's about 200,000 square feet, of which a third of it will be occupied by Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So Notre Dame's going to have a substantial flag in downtown South Bend.
And we're going to move more technology,
AI, computing, things of that nature. And of course, Ancora, working as our collaborative partner, is going to be looking to try and drive other companies, other businesses around the country and the world.
So would it be
to that
fair to
location.
say that Notre Dame is trying to do as kind of a partner, but also kind of a inspiring agent?
Yes.
To downtown, what we did with Eddy Street, what we did with Eddy Street,
to continue to fuel that development downtown. We enjoy a fantastic relationship with Mayor James Mueller, and he and his team actually were fantastic, working collaboratively to get that project moving forward. It is an opportunity to get bodies downtown.
Yeah,
we need walking traffic down there. You were talking about these initiatives that we're doing. We're really trying to enhance place. Really enhance place to make people want to live in this community. And I think there's a lot on the horizon that's going to move that needle.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from the For Good series with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need. Please enjoy this quick look at our ongoing series, For Good, Stories from Notre Dame, a behind-the-scenes glimpse into life under the Golden Dome and the powerful stories that drive Notre Dame to become a force for good in the world.
So let's talk a little bit about Pathways. It was in your inaugural address. It was a very bold proclamation at the start of the last academic year about how you were going to make Notre Dame more affordable, more accessible, more inclusive to students, not just domestically, but also globally. I can't help but think about, you tell the story very eloquently about your mom having to refinance your home, take out a second mortgage so that you could afford your Notre Dame education. You also talk about living in Nairobi, Kenya as a seminarian and being next to a huge dump in a shanty town. And I can't help but think that those experiences have shaped your vision to make Notre Dame more accessible and affordable. Talk a little bit about where we are, what your thoughts are about Pathways, and what work still lies ahead.
Yeah, well, I think that, as I mentioned, it's really one of the very important endeavors here at Notre Dame these days. And I feel so incredibly honored to have had the opportunity to announce Pathways last year at my inauguration. And you know, I was able to do that because of the hard work of those who have gone before us and those who have gone before me, who have put us in a position to make that kind of investment in our future and our mission. So I couldn't be more grateful to all of the people who have worked so hard to make Notre Dame more accessible and more affordable. Again, going loan-free is incredibly important for us because we want a more socioeconomically diverse undergraduate student population, and going loan-free is an important element of that. We know that we really weren't getting students, as many students from middle-income families because they found it really difficult to graduate with such debt because loans were almost certainly necessary for them to attend Notre Dame. We want an undergraduate student body that is much more reflective of the socioeconomic diversity of our country and of the church, quite frankly. And so Pathways gives us that opportunity. Also, the Catholic community is a global community. And as much as we continue to strive to serve our country in a special way, as a Catholic research university, I think we have a special calling to make our student body reflective to a certain degree of the rich diversity of the Catholic community beyond the United States, in the United States and beyond the United States. So I think going need blind for all students, including international students, is an important way for us to make our student body more reflective of that rich diversity of the rich diversity of the Catholic community in and beyond the United States. And again, it's really about making sure that we we have a campus community that is truly that really positions us in such a way that all of our students are able to benefit. I think that, having students from different socioeconomic backgrounds and from different parts of the world, different parts of the country, for that matter, benefits all of our students, right? It benefits all of our students because they have the opportunity to rub shoulders with and to learn together with students from different perspectives and different experiences in life.
Stay tuned to the Notre Dame Day broadcast as we bring you more excerpts from the For Good series with a wide array of guests, all working to serve a world deeply in need.